Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final Women's One Day International of the Women's Ashes 2023. This time it's from Ciderabad, and after the dramatic finish on Sunday, one thing is for certain, and that is Australia have retained the Ashes. So, all that England can do here is save a bit of
everyone,
face. And welcome to. Okay, good.
Yep.
So at least we know that there is sound on the stream this time.
Good.
Excellent. Yes. Well, news from the ground, everyone. Australia go in unchanged. England have had to make one change since Sarah Glenn, since Sunday, seems to have developed acute appendicitis and has to get her appendix removed, which means that England bring in Charlie Dean as a replacement for her. So, yes, and Australia won the toss and they chose to field. The teams are now with the one change.
Exactly.
Hmm?
Sorry, my audio was just going a bit weird. Apologies for that.
Okay. I will just go through the teams very shortly. We have England with Tammy Beaumont, Sophia Dunkley, the captain Heather Knight, Alice Capsey, Nat Silver-Brunt, Danny Wyatt, Amy Jones the keeper, Sophie Eccleston, Charlie Dean, Lauren Bell, and Kate Cross. Australia unchanged from the last match, with Alyssa Healy, the captain and wicketkeeper, Phoebe Litchfield, Elise Perry, Beth Mooney, Talia McGrath, Ashley Gardner, Annabelle Sutherland. We are around 10 minutes away from the start of play here in Taunton, also known as Ciderabad, because it's of course the home of Somerset County Cricket Club, and Somerset is one of those areas in England where the preferred alcoholic beverage isn't beer but cider, and also the pitch is one of the more spinning English pitches. So therefore,
that will be interesting to see.
Yeah.
It's been 2 games the spinners have dominated so far, so coming into Taunton, it's going to be a very interesting game.
Absolutely. And I mean, this is the ground where Jack Leach played a lot of his cricket, and it has never hosted a men's test match because it's one of the more spin-friendly tracks in England, and apparently that doesn't figure that much into tactical considerations for the men's team.
It does. It has, however, hosted at least one women's that I can remember. It was the host of the 2019 Women's Ashes Test.
Yes, indeed it was, but it's generally overlooked when it comes to international matches, at least for the men.
Absolutely. So the reason for that change, by the look of it, is that Sarah Glenn has had a bit of appendicitis and has to go and have that removed. So Charlie Dean is into the side for her.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that must have been during the audio issues. Yeah. Which is quite interesting, isn't it? I mean, you play an international match on Sunday, and then on Monday, develop acute appendicitis so bad that you are out of it.
Absolutely. Charlie Dean's a very solid player as well. I'm sure she'll make some good use of her opportunity in this side, but I think it's still going to be a loss for England.
Yeah, I mean, probably because the last match was a a defeat that was England could have won that match if for
Absolutely.
some really reckless decisions, something that was very startling was Heather Knight trying to sweep repeatedly, never getting it right, being saved a few times, getting away with something, and then being out LBW after trying it one time too many. And then we had during the later stage of the innings, we had Ned Silverbrandt batting with the very low order, and the very low order hogging the strike, which was absolutely baffling. Silverbrandt, of course,
Absolutely.
made that famous century, not out, 111 not out, if I remember correctly, in a losing cause, which is always at best bittersweet.
Yeah, it's always good to see. Sometimes I think players having success, but you always feel like when you're the only one having success for your team, it does kind of suck, I imagine.
Yeah, absolutely.
So at this point in women's Ashes history, since moving to the multi-format series, this will be the 7th edition of that. So 3 in Australia, 3 in England. In Australia, they are 1-1 with a drawn series. In England, Australia are 2-1. So we'll be trying to make that 3-1.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what I was yes. I wanted to apologize to everyone in the stream. There's no cam today because my improvised studio keeps falling apart, and I haven't had the chance yet to find a more permanent solution for that. It has worked for nearly 2 years now without any problems, and now that I'm trying to do this in a really hot summer, the adhesive tape keeps failing every 5 to 10 minutes. So I'm hoping for future series I will absolutely have a more permanent solution in place. So please forgive me, and let me remind you that this stream is made possible because Gorilla Cricket, the website should be on your screen here, are supporting this, and of course because Jessica is supporting this, and give all the websites you see on the screen now and the Twitter handles, give them some love. Follow us on Twitter. Please tweet us on Twitter if you have any questions, any suggestions, just want to interact with us. You can
Definitely. Yeah, please come say stuff.
Yeah.
It makes it so much more interesting, I think, when it's more people in the conversation, not just the two of us.
Yes, exactly. You can also, of course, use the YouTube chat. I will also look at that. Let's see how long until the start of play. It should be about
3 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
So, what are your predictions for this? Do you think England can save a bit of their reputation, or do you think that Australia will get their second win in England? Or third win in England?
I think it's. I'll be conservative here. I think it's 55 100% in Australia's favor here right now. I think they are favorites, but I think England still have something to fight for. They can still draw this series, and even though the Ashes are lost, the series isn't yet. So there's something left to fight for England, I think.
Absolutely. I'd agree with that sentiment. I think I'd narrowly go Australia too, but I would not be surprised if someone came and said, okay, England's going to win this match.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't really be surprised if England can save a bit of face here with a draw. But I mean, this Australian side, they've played this one in the last match, and it was an excellent side. There was good bowling. There is awesome batting lower down the order. Yeah, I think it's a pretty even contest. I mean, the last match was won by, I think, 3 runs.
This is a fascinating tactical decision for Australia straight up, which looks like Ash Gardner will be opening the bowling.
She did on Sunday as well, didn't she?
Yeah. Yes, I guess it's not as uncommon in white ball cricket, but it's still, I think, on the rarer side to see a spinner go and open it.
Oh, absolutely, and especially in England, of course. But as we said,
absolutely, but it's a very spin-friendly ground.
Taunton.
And for England, your openers will be Tammy Beaumont and Sophia Dunkley, with Sophia Dunkley about to face the first ball.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's pretty rare to open the bowling with a spinner, even in men's cricket. I think I can remember one instance in which India used Ashwin as an opening bowler, and if I remember correctly, it was in a red ball game in a Border Gavaskar Trophy. I think it was in Australia, which was absolutely out there.
2 early shots from Dunkley both remain in the fielding circle, and we are still at no runs.
Yeah, and I mean, Gardner has been really good at keeping the runs down. She also did last match. I think she went for one run in the first over. I think
sounds about right. Yeah, and that's, I think, one of the areas that she's really improved as a bowler. That she has moved from. She was a decent wicket taker for all of her time bowling, but she got pretty expensive at times, especially against righties early on in her career.
Yeah, I mean, this is always the problem for off spinners.
What happened there? They shot the ball, and now the umpire is on the ground.
Oh, my stream is a bit behind that, I'm afraid.
All right. Let's see if we get a replay.
Oh,
no, we don't. We might in.
Yeah. There it is. What was that?
Okay, and England on the final ball on the over get the 1 run for Dunkley retain the strike. England are 1 for none.
Yeah, I saw it a few seconds.
They're replaying it now. She just clearly got her foot on the wrong angle. Nothing came near her.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
he's laughing it off.
Yeah. Dunkley played it into the leg side, and the umpire went down. Very interesting.
And meanwhile, what is not surprising from the Australian women's team at all, Megan Shute will be opening the other, as she has done for so many years now for Australia.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's not necessarily a bad start for England. This is an ODI after all, and not a T20 where you have to go hard from ball one. So
Exactly. It's first part of an ODI is always just getting, if you can get your openers settled, that really sets you up. And even if you don't get a lot of runs in that power play, it's still, if you can not lose wickets, that's going to be your key.
yeah.
Defensive shot there from Dunkley again for no run.
Well, I mean, I think England will target something like 60 runs from the first power play, which they are absolutely capable of making.
Absolutely. So I think also it is just part of understanding the conditions, understanding which Australians, as Dunkley goes for a ramp, which will go all the way to the boundary for the first boundary of their match. It's not as fun without a jingle.
Yeah, I know. Ravi Nair had been on the Bears case on that one, but I haven't heard anything from that yet.
Hopefully, if this becomes a regular series from us doing women's cricket, we can get some jingles for the next one.
Yes, absolutely. Apparently, that ramp shot didn't really connect, and it has been given as
leg byes.
Yes. So it doesn't change.
I didn't get to see a replay of that, but it looked at first like it was, but I guess they've reviewed that and determined it wasn't. It doesn't really matter. I mean, it's one of those interesting things. It doesn't really matter in the scheme of things.
No, it only matters for personal milestones.
Exactly. And another ball taken by some very tight fielding here from the Aussies inside the circle, really not letting anything out, which has been a really good start for them.
Yeah, there was a weird kind of coincidence during the last ODI where who was it? Was it Beaumont? Let me have a look. An England batter reached 50.
England do manage to, with the ball down the leg side, fielded by that fine leggy position, and she had quite a way to run, so Dunkley gets through for 1 run. I want to face the next ball.
Yeah, I think it was Tammy Beaumont last match, who reached 50, celebrated, and a few balls later, the scorer corrected the scorecard, and she was back to 47.
I've got another good England Women's Ashes memory from that one, but let's first recap. It's the end of the second over. Tammy Beaumont on no runs. Sophia Dunkley on 2 runs. England are 6 for none with the 4 leg byes. The other big story of that I remember is quite famously the 2017 Women's Ashes Test. Elise Perry had to celebrate her double century twice.
Yes.
Because it was a 6, wasn't it? That was then reviewed for 4. But reset to a 4, and The second time obviously wasn't as huge of a celebration, but I feel at that point you just let her have it. Like,
yeah, I mean, it was really rather strange.
Dunkley goes in the air for the first time and caught by Phoebe Litchfield at point, and Sophie Dunkley will depart for 2 as Ash Gardner picks up the first wicket of the Australian field bowling innings.
Yes.
England are 6 for 1.
Yeah, I mean,
Just she just didn't quite get in the right line. It's that simple.
yep.
Got a bit too close to the edge of the bat. Got left at a weird angle, and fell right into the hands of the bowler. Oh, sorry, fell right into the hands of the fielder.
Yeah, she absolutely edged that straight to Litchfield at point. This is unfortunate. This is an unfortunate start for England. I mean,
Fantastic start for Australia, though.
absolutely. I mean, you always expect to lose at least one of your openers early, when they still have to get their eye in, and when they are still not absolutely certain about the nature of the pitch.
Exactly. Like, I don't know the numbers in women's, but I know for men's, even if you only go at about 4 and over for the power play, if you can get through that without losing a wicket and be about none for 40, you get a huge percentage increase in your chance to win.
Yes, you do. And I mean
I think that what I said. I was going to try to do some research, which I didn't quite get the time to do, but would love to look that up. I'm sure if you check my Twitter, I will, hopefully when I get some time and work dies down for a bit, put some stuff on there about that.
I mean the tragedy of this England chase in the last match is that they got through the first power play without losing a wicket. They lost their first wicket in the 12th over for 66 runs, and couldn't use that platform. That was an excellent platform, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. England can, I think, and that's one of the things. I think England's problems is that they're a bit top heavy as a team sometimes. They have some fantastic openers, but I think sometimes if you can get through them, you can put a bit of pressure on a bit more of an inexperienced upper to middle order. Talented, absolutely, but I think sometimes it really does help Australia to have a lot of really experienced bats in there as well, as that is a very tidy over from Ash Gardner. Picks up the wicket, only concedes 2 runs. England are 8 for 1. Heather Knight is 2 runs off 4 balls, and Tammy Beaumont is still on 0 with 1 ball faced.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. England are a bit top heavy. I mean, Nat Silver-Brunt is batting at 5, with Danny Wyatt and Amy Jones behind her, and Nat Silver-Brunt is an all-rounder, while Wyatt is a bit of an all-rounder. She averages more with the ball than with the bat, though, so there's that.
Yeah, I think Danny White, I think she's a lot more of a T20 all-rounder than she is in these longer formats.
Yes.
T20, she can come in and absolutely destroy a ball, but I think she can struggle a bit sometimes to get these slower-paced, longer innings that you really need, especially if you're coming in fairly early in an ODI.
Yes. Oh, and another one of those instances we have as we have Megan Schutt coming back into the attack. The keepers standing up to the pace bowlers, up to the stumps.
Yeah, I mean, once again, Megan Schutt isn't necessarily the fastest of, I think, Australia's bowlers. She tends to, I think, use a bit more swing, but absolutely still always fun to watch these experienced keepers roll up. As a sweep from Tammy Beaumont, gets through the field and narrowly avoids the boundaries. However, I think Ash Gardner has touched the fence there to concede the 4 runs.
Yes, coming up right now. Yes, she's touched the fence with her shin. After the
rope,
dive,
more like
I think it's
excellent dive. If she hadn't just touched, like, if she had managed to get that a little bit further forward, it would be a fantastic save. But unfortunately, it just gets trapped under her a bit.
Yes. She misses it just ever so slightly and falls on the ball. Then spins around, and her shin touches the advertising board that marks the boundary.
And in for the final ball of this over, making sure it comes into bowl. Paramount advances, but the bails are off, and Australia picks up their second wicket of the morning. Tammy Beaumont very disappointed with herself for that shot there.
Yeah, she absolutely lost her shape there and ends up in the split.
She plays it right onto her own stumps.
Yes. And that means after 4 overs, England are 12 for 2. Heather Knight is in on 2, and one would expect Alice Capsey to come out at 4 for England now.
But yeah, this is exactly what I'm saying. You've got they've got some excellent bowling options, but from here, Ciderabad has definitely shown built really good innings against Australia in the past in these women's Ashes ODIs. But I think if I'm Australia, she's really the big one that I'm worried about for now. I think England would have definitely been hoping for someone like Danny White to be coming in a lot later. Perhaps he could also be promising, but once again, I think she suits coming in a bit later. Also, I don't think this England lineup is really set to be able to have any form of resistance against losing a couple of quick wickets.
Yes, I think once Wyatt or Jones are out in the middle, Australia. Oh no, they bring Nat Silver-Brunt at 3. So
I really like that move. I really like that decision to bring
they
her up the order at 4. I think she, as I was saying, I think she's the perfect person to try to build innings here. This is a very experienced, a lot together for England of Heather Knight and Nat Silver-Brunt. I think this is really the partnership that England need to have to succeed.
Yeah, they did that. They did that on Sunday as well. It was and I mean, Silver-Brunt played excellent, and she stayed in till the end. She can
also
play
something we
long
haven't
innings.
picked up on is yes. Also, very interestingly, Australia have already made their first bowling change of the morning with Annabelle Sutherland replacing Ashley Gardner, which I think is a really interesting move.
Yes, I don't really know. I haven't seen that much swing or seam movement yet on this pitch. So, well, interesting.
It is a very interesting choice to go have a bowl for 2 overs and then hurt a bowl really well and to get replaced. Like, I really wonder what Alyssa Healy's planning here. I mean, not to say it isn't working that Sutherland's only conceded 1 run through the first 4 balls, so that's also being really consistent, but it is still such a weird tactical choice.
Well, I mean, at least there's a slip for the fast bowlers, which is really good because it means that Australia are looking to attack, to take wickets here with their fast bowlers.
I think that's what you have to do. I think, especially you've got England for 2 wickets down for not many runs. You should basically be trying to say, like, you've also got Silly Mid on. Silly Mid on. There, I really like this field. You're really putting a lot of pressure and basically saying, all right, you're in a bad position here. We're going to give you opportunities to score runs, but if you mess them up, you are going to be punished.
Yes. You could probably also argue that you can also take out one of the boundary sweepers, of the boundary riders, and actually bring in a second slip or maybe a gully.
Yeah, I think ODI has a really interesting fielding at times, like for fielding layouts, because I think T20 often get very aggressive, so very defensive fields. Tests, I think you've got half the teams usually in the slips. I think ODIs, that's one of the times it becomes really interesting because you really need to get that right balance.
Yeah, and I mean there's so much. Oh yes. Excuse me. Megan Schutt is back into the attack, and she's driven for 4 by Knight. First ball of the 6th over.
Down there along past Alana King at extra cover. Second ball a bit more defensive. I think it may have just clipped the bat of Ciderabad on the way back, but either way, there is no run.
Yeah, I mean,
But
there's so much that's been written about tactics in limited overs over the last 10 years. I think we're getting a bit more settled, but 10 years ago it was really the Wild West, and everyone was playing money ball.
Yeah, I think we're starting to understand a lot more, just like we've understood, I think, a lot about Test cricket for quite a few years now. And I think T20 especially, there's still probably some things to figure out. But I think ODI is definitely starting to settle down a bit.
Yes, I would agree to that. Yes. So this time, Healy is back up to the stumps again to Schutt, which I find interesting, because to a swing bowler to stand up to the stumps to that is pretty risky.
Yeah, absolutely.
Once you find swing, you risk the buys here.
Yeah. And Healy is a fantastic keeper, but you do wonder if you're going for someone who swings a lot like Shoot
Yes.
and it's working, why do you necessarily need to have to be up there if you're not expecting them a lot of stumpings where you're not really, England aren't really stepping forward much other than that Tammy Beaumont dismissal. So I question, as much as I like seeing it happen, is that the tactically best option here?
Yeah, probably not. I think Schutz's modes of dismissal are caught behind, bold, and caught. So I think it's a bit risky to stand up to her.
Yeah, exactly. You bring in someone like Jonathan Wareham, King a bit later on, so spinners who really get the ball spinning a bit, can deceive the batter a bit. That's a chance that you do start to bring in stuff like a stumping that could happen, but I don't think the conditions just are not right for a stumping here.
No, I don't think so. And after 6 overs, England are therefore 19 for 2. Heather Knight on 8 of 10 and Netzever Brunt on 1. And Annabel Sutherland is back into the attack for Australia. England going along at 3.31 for the for the innings. They might want to pick that up a bit.
Not the cleanest fielding there from Jess Jonathan. Also, we do have a no ball called.
Oh yes.
Yes, and that is very that's overstepping easy. So here comes the free hit for Nat Silverbrunt. Phoebe Litchfield dives to knock the ball down and restrict England to just 1 run off that free hit. I think that was very good from Australia to not concede any more than that.
Yeah, I think free hits are actually a bit overrated. People expect every free hit to go for 4 or 6, and most of them are merely a single. I feel.
Yeah, I think, especially if it's one of your better bowlers like Sutherland, you don't often get many runs off them. Often, if it's your 4th, 5th bowler that may be a bit expensive at times, you can absolutely get a really good scoring shot off them. But I think this early on, not really.
That's a good point. Yes. That's a very good point. So, I was looking at are there any stats about the
And this is exactly, I think, why you don't field up to the stumps right now. Inside edge.
Yes, exactly.
If she'd been up at the stumps, she would not have missed that. She barely got it. I don't think she even got a hand on it for sitting back where leading edge up in the air and drops safely. 2 excellent balls there from Sutherland to draw some edges, but just not getting those rewards.
Yep.
Final ball of the over, no run. England are 28 for 2 off 7 overs. Nancy Rudd is on 7 runs off 11 deliveries. Heather Knight is on 10 from 12.
Yeah, I guess if I were Alyssa Healy, I would bring back spin just to tempt Knight to sweep again, like an absolute lunatic.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully for her that she's learned her lesson from that, but I think with the way that spinners were bowling the past couple on a ground that really likes spin, I think you're very tempted to try to get another cheap wicket. Out of the pads by Siva and goes away for 1 run.
Yeah, I think if England lose another couple of wickets in the next 10 overs, they are in deep trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. They will be very disappointed to already have lost these two, and you make that 3 or 4, and it's basically just a waiting game for Australia to win.
Yes, I mean, during the last match, Amy Jones was the only England batter playing at 5 or lower that made a really substantial score. She made 37. Then there's 3 single-digit scores, and then Sarah Glenn, who made 22 not out.
In-swinger goes behind the legs of Silverbrunt, which will be called for a wide off Megan Schutt's bowling.
Yeah, so I think one more wicket and Australia feel that they have a chance to deny England playing out all 50 overs here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this could easily be something Australia can target. They've got some really good strike bowlers, and I think England need to figure out how to get this to not slip away from them.
Yeah, the real problem on Sunday was really the Australian lower order. They were slogging around the England bowling attack mercilessly. That last over went for 27 runs. If England had bowled that a bit tighter, they were in with a shout.
Do you if you're Australia in this situation basically what England men's test team are going to do and promote George Guerrero up to bat at like 3 or 4?
Yeah, something like that. Something like that.
Like, I'm half joking with that suggestion, but it's also like, if you get a really good opening partnership, I think that could absolutely be a good, really big nail in the coffin for England if you can get a couple of cheap. You build a partnership, then get to knock the ball around the field for a bit.
Yeah, I
I
don't
think
I don't really know why the pinch hitter fell out of fashion that badly in ODIs. It was all the rage in the 90s.
Yeah, and especially right here in women's cricket, where you've got a lot of these lower orders. Even men's to some degree, you've got a few of these players who may not be true all-rounders, but can absolutely really hit a big 6 when needed.
Yeah?
Like, similarly on Australia, Mitchell Stark is one of those players who he's not really consistent enough maybe to be an all-rounder, but he's definitely really can provide a good, quick innings.
Absolutely. 8 overs bowled, and England are 31 for 2. 3 runs coming off the 8th, with Heather Knight on 11 of 16 and Nat Silverbrunt on 8 of 13. And Annabelle Sutherland continues for Australia. And the first ball is played into the leg side by Silverbrunt, where it is fielded. And there is no run. That was
The second ball also facing Silverbrunt goes right down, back along the ground for 4 runs. Excellent shot there from Nat Silver, I think.
Oh, yes. Much straighter than the last one. And evades the fielder.
Yeah. Perfectly splits that gap between the wicket, between Heather Knight, and just out of reach of both your bowler and your fielder mid on.
Yeah, that would have been what is it? Matthew Short Hayden is the position, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm saying that. I think I'm realizing probably stealing mid on is probably going to be a little bit closer to where Silver, closer to the batter. I don't remember the exact name.
Yeah.
But for those who aren't watching, it's that same angle just off the pitch that you would expect something like stealing mid on, but it's back along in line with the bowler's set crease.
Yeah, it's basically it would be a fielding position between the non-striking batsman and the wicket. That might have, if they had a fielder there, that might have been the chance.
Yeah. It's not necessarily a fielding position you see a lot, but given how straight, there were a lot of balls last match, and there's definitely been a few already that are going really straight, and sometimes it can just help to have someone to back up the bowler. As we say that, another really straight ball off the bat of the night, back down along the ground for 4 runs. Past couple of innings, England have really managed to turn things around.
Yes, they have. They have the last 5 innings, they've been scoring at 5.6 runs per over.
Yeah.
So at the end of the 9th, England are 40 for 2. Heather Knight on 15 from 18 and Nat Silverbrunt on 13 from 17. Overall, the run rate has climbed up to 4.44.
Yeah, it's gone from a position that was absolutely dominant for Australia to still a strong position for Australia, but England has definitely clawed their way back into this, and that's so exciting to see.
And Megan Schutt is back for her 5th over.
Played back along the ground by Silverbrunt to about mid-on, where there will be no run, as the grillers often like to say.
Yeah, that was running away quick. If she had placed it any better, that might have been a boundary.
Absolutely. It is definitely moving really quickly. Defensive shot there from Silverbrunt. Another dot ball. Given just how expensive Sullivan have been, it's starting to make that decision to take Gardner out of the attack look a bit worse, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think England have been scoring relatively They have not been scoring consistently or constantly, um, which is fine, which is absolutely fine. Target the bowlers that you feel you can target.
Yeah, and I think that's been, I suppose, problem that I think they've left Annabelle Sutherland in when she's been a bit expensive, and I don't think she's really looked like she's a huge wicket-taking threat right now. Like, I'd understand keeping Sutherland in if she's getting a lot of edges that aren't going anywhere. She's playing some really incredible balls that are just probably going to pick up a wicket soon, but I don't really feel like she's about to make that breakthrough. I'd love to be proved wrong here, but I would just question: do you go back to Gardner, bring in King, bring in Jonathan, bring in Wareham, someone like that,
I would probably,
or one of the other quicks?
yeah, I was really surprised to see that they kept Sutherland on because she has now bowled 3 overs in the match, and in the last match she was given just 1 over, which was fine. She got out of it conceding only 2 runs, but here she has now bowled 3 overs and has gone for 19 runs.
End of the 10th over, and therefore end of the first power play, with England being 43 for 2. Nat Silverbrunt is on 15 runs off 21 balls. Heather Knight 16 off 20.
Considering what the power play scores in the last matches were, I would say this power play has Australia absolutely on top. They've kept the runs down. England are probably at least 15 short of the target, and they've lost 2 wickets.
Yeah.
The wickets to fall were Sophia Dunkley, who was Court Litchfield bowled Gardner for 2, and Tammy Beaumont, who was bowled Schutt for 4. The wickets fell on.
I do always think. Oh, sorry. You continue providing useful information.
The wickets fell on 1 for 6 after 2.2 overs and 2 for 12 after 3.6 overs.
I do think, in my mind, that bowls is always one of the most satisfying ways to watch a dismissal.
Yeah.
There's something lovely about watching the bails flying, dumped in the air.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't I think on Reddit there was a dedicated community for GIFs and photos of the moment the bails were dislodged or the stumps went flying. It was something like death rattle porn or something like that.
I mean, there are a lot of Reddits, but that definitely sounds like something that would be popular.
Yeah, they had also dedicated subreddits for photos of front foot drives and back foot drives, which were called front foot porn and back foot porn, respectively.
There are some really, really attractive cricket shots.
Absolutely. Let's see what's happening here. Annabelle Sutherland stays on for Australia. After I was just talking about that, I find that rather surprising after having only bowled 1 over in the last match.
And I think, especially given that I would have given her maybe more last match where she had that really promising first over.
Yes.
And not here where she's definitely been, I think, the least impressive of the bowlers we've seen so far. It's not been bad, but I've just been further impressed by the others.
Oh yeah, out of all the Australian bowlers, she has the she has conceded the most runs. She has the worst economy by more than 2 runs over second place. She has 6. Schutt has 3.4 and Gardner has 1.5 economy rates. I find it relatively interesting that she has been kept on. Because, I mean, Gardner has picked up a wicket. Maybe give the ball to Alana King or Wareham. Because England seem to have a bit of a problem with the spin early on, at least early on in the innings.
Exactly. I think it's you've got two batters that are, or you've got on top order that's been struggling to face spin a bit, and of the two batters currently in, Heather Knight has had 4 balls from Ash Gardner. Nat Silver has not faced Ash Gardner or any spinner at all this match.
Yes, and the 11th over by Sutherland allows her to pull the reins.
Finally, we are bringing some spin in.
Yeah,
exactly what I think we've been saying needs to happen. Alana King into the attack.
Yeah, I find it fascinating, and I want to understand the thought process behind it. Why do you open the bowling with a spinner and then concentrate on pace bowling after that? I find that fascinating.
Yeah, I'd also be really interested to see how, like, in adapting to coaching these sort of lineups, they've just approached having so many spinners in a lineup where you don't see a lot of that in men's Test cricket, or even to some degree in men's white ball cricket.
Yeah, that's true. I mean the golden days of India playing 3 or 4 spinners are long past.
Exactly. Like, you get most places in the world, you play one spinner, maybe a part-timer. You go to the subcontinent, you probably get a second in, but it's very, very rare to have more than 2 spinners.
And for all the knowledgeable listeners, yes, I know that the famous Indian spin quartet ever only played 1 match with all 4 spinners in the same side.
Then, I guess, of course, having multiple spinners is a really good advantage because you can look at how the pitch is playing, discuss that, and maybe build tactics a lot more than you might be forced to do on your own a bit if you've got one as wonderful shot there from Nat Silverbrunt. Takes it to the boundary for another boundary. To end King's first over, she will concede 5 runs off that. England 52 for 2. Heather Knight is on 19 runs off 24 balls. And Nat Silverbrunt is on 21 runs off 29 balls.
Yeah, I feel in at least in English men's cricket, spin is looked down upon a bit these days. It's yeah, you gotta take a spinner.
Exactly. I think sometimes the men have relied a bit too much on their backup spin option being someone like Joe Root.
Yes, absolutely.
Which, he's by no means a bad bowler, but he's also not someone you'd expect to be one of your main, especially that recent tour, or 2 years ago now, to to India. That was
Oh yes,
spent a lot of time with Rick bowling that did not maybe was not the best option.
Yeah. So Gardner is back on, and that is played out to cover by Knight, where it is swept up, and there is only a single.
That is still so confusing tactically. Why do you seemingly have something that works at the start of the power play, then just give up on it right way through?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But I think this is I think it's taken sometimes it's taken as scripture that in the first power play you have to have all those fielders inside the ring. So that's the time when you start to bowl an attacking line and length, try to take early wickets, and the second you enter the second the first power play ends, you are allowed much more fielders outside of the ring, which allows you to set more defensive fields so everyone does it because, well, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy because everyone does it. I do it because everyone else does it, and everyone else does it because everyone else also does it.
Exactly. I think, especially, this is why I think one of the things that white ball still needs to learn is how to properly utilize spin bowling to its best.
Yeah,
Potential.
yeah. It's often seen as the more defensive bowling because there's not that much pace on the ball. All the pace has to come from the batsman, who has to hit the ball much harder to send it to the boundary than of a pace bowler, I think.
Exactly. I think T20, I think sometimes understands it, but ODI, I think, still really needs to figure out that sometimes it's actually, not necessarily the worst thing to bring early spin on.
Yeah.
Especially I think the sort of spinner that can really give you some confusing deliveries and just trick the batter into playing some terrible shots.
Yeah. That third over by Gardner went for 4 runs, and England are 56 for 2 with Silverbrandt on 23 and Knight on 21. And Alana King to resume bowling for Australia as she bowls her second over. There are a couple of singles of the first 2 balls and a dot on the third that Silverbrandt blocks defensively into the onside where it is fielded by King herself. Fourth ball is hacked towards deep mid-wicket where it is fielded and they take a single. Three runs so far of the over. Another defensive shot.
So, yeah, some good bowling from King, really forcing England to play defensive.
Yeah.
Big shot from Alana King. Kevin Knight advances down the crease, hits it back over the fielder's head, one bounce for 4.
And that ends the 14th over, which brought 7 runs for England. England now 63 for 2 with Heather Knight on 26 and Nat Silverbrandt on 25. But Australia seem to stick to the plan. Ashley Gardner is on for her 4th over. So a couple more overs of spin from both ends.
Yep. As I think should probably be pretty clear, is something that we are very much in favour of right now.
Oh, absolutely.
Some quick reflexes there from Alyssa Healy. I don't think her foot was up, but some excellent reaction time there. But it looks like we are going upstairs. Did she get it down in time?
The Australians are cautiously celebrating while the England batters seem rather secure. Ooh, no.
You have to she had to absolutely time it perfectly if she has. Hang on, she's actually has dragged her foot a bit further forward.
Yes,
than I was expecting.
Yeah, she's out of her crease.
Yeah, I always thought that she does step back. Yep, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
She's down in time.
Yeah. Healy takes the ball cleanly, but she follows the motion of the ball with her hands, and that gives her Silverbrand the time to put her foot back in. If that had been Dhoni, that would have been out, because he's a weird keeper. While every keeper takes the ball in the palm of the glove and then moves the hands back a bit to lessen the force of impact, Dhoni doesn't do that. He takes the ball and the hands keep moving forward, and off come the bails.
Yeah, it was very, very narrow there.
Yeah.
I am. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was about to say. Don't worry, actually ignore me. I realised I was wrong in what I was about to say anyway.
Yes. The next 4 balls bring a dot, a single, a double, and a couple of singles in the end. England just starting to rotate the strike a lot more, I think. So at the end of 15 overs, England are 68 for 2 with 5 runs coming off that 15th. Silverbrand on 27, Knight on 29. The bowling.
I am just wondering. I am wondering at this point.
Yeah.
If it is worth in some of these fields, sort of try to bring someone back, maybe not right behind the bowler, but almost behind the bowler. Because England, I think, have just definitely been playing a few shots that go really straight and probably come back a bit too quickly for the bowler to react. I think there've been a few where the bowler's still in a follow through. So I think having someone there who can cut those off could save some runs.
Yeah. I'm thinking of how you could describe this fielding position. There we go.
Silverbrand gets some elevation and hits it back over the field to the boundary.
Yeah.
4 runs.
Apparently, this is sometimes referred to as straight hit. That fielding position. It is in the
Yeah,
outfield between mid-off and mid-on. It's basically straight behind the non-striker.
yeah. It's not one you see often, but I think given just how quick it's coming back,
Mm. And I mean, it could also be used as a useful sweeper. In those times where England were driving very straight down in the V.
even if you play it less as a full straight on and more just as sort of a say long off that's a few steps back towards it, something like that.
Mm.
Another bit of elevation from Nat Ciderabad there, and lodges itself right in the ropes there. We are just checking to see if it hit the boundary, the grass. Looks like a six to me.
Yeah, that looks like the first 6 of the match to Net Silver-Brunt. Taking her to 38. And the last ball of the over.
No one at the final delivery.
Yeah.
England moved to 80 for 2 with 12 runs off that over. Nat Silverbrunt is on 38 off 45. Heather Knight 30 off 32. Some much better batting from England.
Absolutely. They are. I mean, Net Silver-Brunt is. She's capable of playing a long innings, and
He's done it to Australia before.
yeah, and Heather Knight is also a very, very capable batter. The last, she hasn't been in that good of a nick lately. But as they always say, class is permanent. Form is temporary, class is permanent. Let's see if
I
we
think
have anyone on social
she's played
media.
enough.
Oh, sorry.
Heather Knight has played more than enough fantastic innings to still justify her being selected. And yes, I don't think she's been in fine form, but I don't think she's also been in horrendous form either.
No, she had a bit of she had a few. I think there were a few iffy shots she played during the series. I mean, she won England the first ODI.
Exactly, and
she threw it away in the second one. I would argue. And the T20 series was also rather meh. But she has a chance at redemption here in this match, I think.
absolutely, I think what would be a better way to sort of save England and the captain come in, score some runs, and lead them to victory.
Yes, the famous captain's knock. The famous captain's knock. But after that period of spin, we have Talia McGrath for the first time this match for Australia. And England are only able to take 3 runs off her first 5 balls, make that 4 of the over. England 84 for 2 with knight on 32 and Silverbrandt on 40. And Crick Info has a poll. If Heather Knight and Nat Silverbrandt will both hit, will they hit 50s?
I reckon at least one of them will at this point.
Yeah. I mean, it's a mere 10 runs for
Huge win for Australia if neither of them do.
yes. And that, dear listeners, is drinks on the field of play, and I will have to get something to drink as well because my water is gone. See you in a bit.
Right. See you. So let's have a quick recap of the match so far. Australia have England 84 for 2. Currently in are Nat Silverbrandt on 40 runs off 49 balls and Heather Knight 32 off 34. The other batters so far have been Sophia Dunkley dismissed for 2 off 13, Court Litchfield off the bowling of Ash Gardner, and Tammy Beaumont 4 off 7, who was bowled by Megan Shute. This will be the final ODI of the Women's Ashes, and if Australia can win this, they will win the series. If they lose, they will retain the Ashes. So the Ashes will be going to Australia either way. It's just can they win the series?
All right, I'm back. What did I miss? Not much,
Welcome
I think.
back. No, they're just getting ready to come back from drinks.
Okay. Well, 17 overs bowled. They've been pretty good with the over rate, I think. After 1 hour they had about no, after 1 hour they had 17 overs in. Pretty good.
Exactly.
What do we have coming up? Yeah, they're coming now back out. Or taking the field again. Healy has the gloves on behind the stumps. Silverbrandt on strike now. and
Georgia
also
Wareham will be coming into
yeah.
attack, who was probably one of the heroes for Australia with the bat, albeit in a very brief spell.
Yes, but she wasn't bad with the ball either.
No,
I think
very, very capable. Well,
yeah. I mean, she bowled her full allotment of 10 overs in the last match. She only took 1 wicket, but she was fairly economical, so that was pretty good from her. And we have a dot followed by a single and another dot.
Some good stock delivery so far. Will be interesting to see how, with what 2 leg spinners now, they approach this.
No, I think McGrath was on at the other end before drinks.
Actually, yes, she was. Good point. Heather Knight gets behind that one, races along, bouncing the ground for 4 runs to move to 36. Lovely sweeping shot through mid-wicket there.
Again, Gardner dives again.
Exactly. I think that's one of the few issues I've really had with Australia so far. I think sometimes their diving's just not been well timed at all.
Yes, that's one area in which England have been consistently better than Australia, and it's the ground fielding. The catching, not really so much. But England's ground fielding has been pretty spotless, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%.
So that brings us to the end of the 18th over with England on 90 for 2. 6 runs from this Georgia Wareham over. Heather Knight 37, Nat Silverbrand 41. And the current run rate is 5. And Talia McGrath on from the other end. If you're listening to us, please do tweet us in. The Twitter handles that are most likely to yield results are at LinuxLear. You can also, of course, use the YouTube chat. I'll be monitoring that as well. And I promise that I will read more YouTube chat than the gorillas, gorillacricket.com and at Gorilla Cricket on Twitter, who are cooperating with us to make this possible, to promote this a bit.
Thank you so much to them for that.
Yes.
They also do check them out. They do some great work, especially
Absolutely.
they've been doing some really good stuff with the men's test.
Yeah, and fun story. For some reason, YouTube now notifies me when I get a new subscriber. And I don't know who the first 10 or 12 subscribers or something like that were, because YouTube didn't notify me, and I don't think I have a and I don't think I can see who is subscribed to my channel. But now they notify me who subscribes to me, and the first subscriber they notified me of was one certain Tony Bishop. Thank you very much for that, Tony.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah. The next one was Morg.
Some good gorilla names in there.
Yeah. Well. That was a really tidy over from McGrath.
Absolutely.
2 runs coming from it, a single each to Knight and Ciderabad, which means that that England after 19 overs are 92 for 2, and Ciderabad is on 42 and Heather Knight on 38. Yeah. I feel like it's been quite a while that I said that a 50 is within reach of Ciderabad, and since then I think she made 2 runs or something like that.
Absolutely. They were powering along until these past couple of runs have really slowed down.
I don't. Well, I don't know. Looks can be deceiving because they have been going along at 5.8 over the last 5 overs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's a filthy full toss from Wareham, who's back for her second over of the match of the second ball, but Ciderabad cannot cash in on that.
Yeah, I think that wasn't the best ball, but I think other than that, it's been a pretty tidy over from her. Kept them quiet.
Yeah, and I mean, she got away with that one. It was a third ball of the over. I'm sorry. It was a full toss wide outside off, but no chance. She's really quick through her overs, even for a spinner, Georgia Wareham. I have to say, and this is
It does make things, I think, a lot easier to avoid those over 8 challenges where I think there's a number of players in the Aussie team that really do like to race to their overs a bit.
yeah, and I mean, this is I think the first maiden of the innings. Yes, this is the first maiden of the innings by Wareham. England remain on 92 for 2, and McGrath continues her third over, the 21st over, to be bowled by Talia McGrath. Ciderabad is facing, and she cuts that to backward point. And there is no run. Wait, something here is...
What's happening?
Something in the scorecard here on my feed is very, very strange.
What's happened?
No, oh no, it's okay. It's been sorted. It has been
Good,
sorted.
good.
Yeah, I missed the first 2 balls I think, and or I missed the first ball because I was wondering why is Ciderabad facing, and it was of course Heather Knight who faced the first ball, then took a single. Well, this is and then Silverbrand took another single, and now Knight is facing for the final ball of Talia McGrath's over, and she plays it relatively straight to long on, and there is a single. So that's 3 runs of the over for England, taking them to 95 for 2. Heather Knight 40, Ned Silverbrand 43.
I will probably have to leave you in a couple of overs. Really hoping we can get to see a 50 before then, but I'm really not sure at this point with how much things have slowed down.
Yes. Well, yes, everyone. Follow Jessica on Twitter. Thank you very much for doing this with me. This
I
has
have a
been...
couple. I reckon I have a couple more overs in me. Let's try to get a 50.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
50 or a wicket.
Yeah, 50 or a wicket. Okay.
One of them's got to happen soon.
Probably. Georgia Wareham is back for her 3rd over. And the first one is a single, bringing Ned Silver back onto strike to Wareham.
That Silver defends for no run.
3rd ball of the over now. Played straight back to the bowler, who feels it, no problem. But it's not a caught and ball chance. Silverbrand plays that flat along the ground. The 4th ball is kind of defended into the onside, where it is fielded by Alyssa Healy, who comes running forward from behind the stumps. No run.
Definitely, Wareham's been doing a lot that they just have to keep fairly quiet with, as they get a bit more behind that one, but still relatively close to fielded by mid-off and no run.
Last ball of the over. This one's
a little bit more width there, but still only the 1 run with dead cover there to protect it.
That means at the end of the 22nd over, England are 97 for 2. 2 runs coming off this over. Ned Silverbrand on 44 and Heather Knight on 41. And Healy keeps McGrath on for her 4th, interestingly. First one is straight to cover, no run.
Another good driving shot from Silverbrand there, but is cut off at their mid wicket and will only be 1 more run. And I think that's a really good summary of how England's been the last couple. I think they've played some good shots. They've just been directly to where the fielders are.
Yeah, the next one as well. Cut away. They take a single.
That was a tight run.
This was really a stolen single, I would say. That single was stolen.
It was a very tight run.
Absolutely.
Worked on. But yeah, last 28 balls now. They've only gone 9 runs, so not definitely something that stealing runs can be useful for. But also, yeah, credit to Australia for coming up, keeping them at keeping them basically almost nothing for the past almost 3 overs.
They've given
Almost
them
5 overs.
Yeah, for 5 overs. In the last 5 overs, England have been going along at 2.2 runs. They've made 11 runs in the last 5 overs. Which
Yeah,
is
last 29 balls, they've got a run rate of 1.86.
yeah.
They'll pick up one run there, but still 10 runs off.
And that brings
10 runs off 5 overs, 2 runs and over. It's some really good bowling from Australia there.
Yes, but this single brings up the 100 for England. At the end of 23 overs, England are 100 for 2, with Nat Silverbrandt on 46 and Heather Knight on 42.
Silverbrandt to face the first delivery of next over against Georgia Wareham.
Ooh, that's a full toss, and
Full toss punished straight to the boundary, and Nat Silverbrandt will bring up 50 runs for England, her 21st 50 in 97 ODIs. We will, of course, have a brief pause as the crowd gives their applause, and Siva will raise her bat before getting ready to face one more from Wareham. Another through the legs of Heather Knight. I know that she's hit the ball through her own legs a number of times, but it's always fun to see her do it to a teammate.
yeah, there's a misfield from Australia, but England still take the single.
I've seen that shot, her do that shot a couple of times now, where she almost plays it back through her own legs, and it's a fantastic shot. One of the weirdest things, but
it's called a net mag.
Yeah, it's a fascinating shot.
Absolutely, and now Australia are getting a bit sloppy with their fielding. There was
so sloppy. Excellent bowling, but so sloppy in the field. And you feel that that's just going to undo all the good work they're doing with the bowling if they cannot get that pressure.
Yeah, on the second ball of the over, they allowed Australia allowed a single by a misfield of mid-on, and on the third ball, they concede singles on the fourth ball.
Advancing again from Heather Knight, who hits it right back over everyone's heads, over the boundaries, for 6 runs to put her 49, just 1 run off the 50 of her own. End of the 24th over, England are 113 for 2.
Yes, and this is
Heather Knight is on 49 off 50. Nat Silverbrandt is on 52 off 75.
That was the second 6 of the innings.
Excellent shot. Really good. Got everything behind it. But then also, how many times does a ball go for 6 and you don't get everything behind it?
Yes. Especially, I have a feeling, especially in certain grounds in New Zealand.
Yeah. Good single there for Silverbrandt to bring her captain back onto strike to hopefully score a 50 for her.
Yeah.
Did she get that? Goes to the boundary before. That looked like it came off the bat. And she's raising her bat. It is her 26th 50 in 132 ODI matches. So the answer to quick info's poll a bit earlier was both of them.
Exactly. Yeah, and this time around, Heather Knight is the more attacking player out in the middle, while Ned Silverbrand kind of plays the anchor role.
I mean, I think they both could have played either role.
Yes,
So
absolutely. But
definitely.
yeah, but I'm saying playing the anchor role. She's doing it at a strike rate of around 70, which is absolutely nothing to scoff at in this format
Yeah,
of the game. So
absolutely.
that's fine. There are 3 singles and then a dot to end the over. After that, 4 that brought Heather Knight her 50. Meaning England, after 25, are 121 for 2, as this McGrath over goes for 8 runs. The current run rate is climbing back up to 4.84.
With the 250s brought in, and 25 overs down, I may call it a night. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much for helping me out, for being here. Thank you, thank you. And we'll stay in touch on Twitter and see what other opportunities for stuff like this come up. I'm sure there will be
Absolutely.
many.
I'm sure this won't be the last one. If you are listening, please keep active. Please keep Leah company for the rest of the night as she takes us home.
Thank you very, very much. Have a lovely rest of the evening and good night.
You too.
Thank you. Well, chat and Twitter seems like it is you and me only. Yeah. Please do write in the chat, tweet me. I will have to tweet out some stuff to promote this a bit. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, who would have thought that both Knight and Silverbrand would make their 50s so close to each other? Excellent stuff from both these England players, and after it looking a bit dodgy, to say the least, after the first, I don't know, 10 overs, England, I think, are starting to claw their way back with Annabelle Sutherland returning for her 5th over. And she is taken for a single of her first ball by Heather Knight, as she plays it behind point. The next one to Ned Silverbrand yields a dot as she bowls short outside off, and Silverbrand hits that to backward point. The next one is defended. There is no run. The fourth ball of the over is back of a length. She clips it away. They take a single. Next ball, short again, and it's misfielded at deep mid wicket. Gardner kind of saves the boundary. They take 2. And the final ball of the over is cut to deep backward point where it is fielded, and it is a dot. After 26 overs, England are 125 for 2. 4 runs of this over. The current run rate now 4.8. Heather Knight on 58 and Nat Silverbrandt on 55. Heather Knight now going at a run rate or a strike rate of 103.57, while Nat Silverbrandt is sitting on a strike rate of 67.9. And Australia seem to have decided that it is time for another over of Ash Gardner. Gardner in this match has bowled 4 overs, and she has 1 wicket for 12 runs. Silverbrandt to face her. Tossed up, driven past the non-striker. And it is a single. The England captain now on strike to Gardner. And she reverse sweeps again. But there is no run. Next one is nudged to deep backward square leg for another single from the England captain. I really wish she would keep those reverse sweeps out of her game. It was her undoing during the last match, and losing her right now is the last thing England need. She has now laid a foundation. This partnership is worth 118 runs now. She shouldn't throw that away. After 27 overs, England are 130 for 2 with Nat Silverbrandt on 58 and Heather Knight on 60. There came 5 runs, all of them in singles of this Ash Gardner over. The current run rate is 4.81. Okay, just tweeted out again that I'm having to tweet some of this stuff as well with a link, of course. You know how it is with this marketing and promoting and stuff like that, and doing all this solo. It can get a bit hard. You have basically three things to multitask. You have to write a tweet, see what's going on in the match, have a look at the chat on YouTube as well, and still talk a lot, like a lot. Well, we have Annabelle Sutherland now back into the attack, or continuing, let's say continuing. And she's been pulled away for 4 of the first ball of her over by Net Silver Brunt. Then her radar seems a bit off. There is a wide. On the third ball, there is a no ball bowled. And on the free hit, Knight miscues it. It goes straight to Talia McGrath at backward point, but because it was a free hit, England still take a single. The next ball is another single, as there is another misfield at mid-on, which has to be stopped by mid-wicket coming around to long on the onside. There is a single, and that one is followed by a dot. Knight trying to hook that, but she misses it. Last ball of the over. Another dot, bringing England to 139 for 2 after 28 overs. We have Heather Knight on 61 and Nat Silver Brunt on 64. Sutherland has been a bit costly here. 9 runs of the 28th over. And it is back to Ash Gardner for the 29th over. First ball of the over, it is outside the off stump and defended back into the ground, fielded by the bowler. There is no run. Next one is pulled into the leg side, where it is fielded by deep square leg. They take a single, bringing Heather Knight back onto strike to Ashley Gardner. This one is played to point for no run. She consistently tends to find the fielders in the offside. Heather Knight. And she's trying to sweep again. Doesn't really get it, but it goes over the keeper. It deflects towards fine leg, and they take a quick single. But it's such a risky shot. Again, Heather Knight playing risky sweeps to Ash Gardner or to the spinners in general. It's too risky, I think. The remaining 2 balls of the over are played out for dots by Silver Brunt. Not much action there. 2 runs from Ashley Gardner's 6th over. England 141 for 2 after 29. Nat Silver Brunt on 65 and Heather Knight on 62. Australia bring Alana King back into the attack. It is King's 4th over. She has been taken for runs this match. She has an economy north of 7. And the first ball is played to cover. Silver Knight tried to play that through the covers, found the fielder again. Next one is a bit straighter, but it is fielded at long off, and England take a single. Another shot in the V by Silver Brunt. This time out to long on, where it is again fielded, and England take another single. This one's chipped in the air, over cover. But long off comes around and fields it. They take another single. It was over extra cover and swept by long off then thereafter. Oh, and she goes down on her knee and hacks that. It's a sweep, but it's an ugly looking sweep. Into the leg side, it runs away for 4. Last one of the over, another misfield by Australia, and England steal another single. End of the 30th over. England are 149 for 2. 8 runs coming off this over, the current run rate being 4.96. Nat Silver Brunt on 71, Heather Knight on 64. Yeah, this being the end of the 30th over, of course people tend to do what we in Germany call a Milchmädchenrechnung. This it's a kind of a rule of thumb. Maybe it's better called a rule of thumb, that you double the score after 30 to get a feeling for what a realistic target is. England still have 8 wickets in hand. Please bear that in mind. So nearly 300, 298 to be exact, is probably a bit high, but not impossible from here on out. These two batsmen are set. They can, and I'm pretty sure that they now have license to swing the bat around to give the England bowling attack something to bowl at in the second innings to maybe salvage a tied or drawn series here. And Australia bring back Megan Schutt into the attack, who goes for a dot, a 4, a single, and a dot in the first 4 runs of the over. The English batters finding the fielders a lot of the time. Australia have set the fields for these England batters very, very well. 5th ball, late cut, past backward point, 4 runs to Heather Knight. Excellent shot that. Excellent shot, went between backward point, short third man, too far away. Don't mind chasing that. That's 4 runs to the England captain. Last ball of the over. She tries to cut that again, but this time it is straight to backward point, and there is no run. After 31 overs, England are 158 for 2. The over goes for 9 runs. The current run rate now is 5.9. And Alana King is kept on at the other end. She has bowled 4 overs for 32 runs and no wicket. And the first ball is lofted by Siva Brunt over mid-on. But there is a fielder in the deep and England are kept to a single. The next run is defended from Knight out into the offside. And she's bolter. Heather Knight is out. King bowls Knight for 67 runs. That was a really expansive shot she was trying to play, misjudges line as well as length and misses it completely and is clean bowled by Alana King. Heather Knight out for 67, England 159 for 3 after 31.3 overs. Pretty sure that will bring Alice Capsey at 5 now. And as we were talking about earlier, Australia, I think, are feeling very relieved right now because the English lower order was very, very hit or miss during the last match. And I think Australia have a hope here that they can now run through the rest of this England lineup, maybe even induce a collapse and keep this target very, very manageable. And it is indeed Alice Capsey at 5 for England. She has played 7 matches. Her high score is 40 and the average is 20.5. Defends her first ball into the offside. Her second ball is driven past King. Another misfield and they take a single. The Australians have allowed a lot of singles of misfields here. Last ball of the over. Ciderabad looks to sweep, misses, no run. England 160 for 3 after this 30-second over that brought 2 runs and cost them 1 wicket. Heather Knight out bowled by Alana King for 67. No change at the other end for Australia. Megan Schutt to continue. She has bowled 6 overs, has taken 1 wicket for 26 runs. And her first ball is cut away, square through the gap for a single. The second ball is pulled hard by Nat Ciderabad. 4 runs, too fast for the Australian field. No one has any chance of getting anywhere near that. Yeah. it smashes into the boundary to the left of deep mid wicket. No chance. The boundary is followed by another dot as Silverbrandt blocks that one out. It's almost a Yorker, but she's able to get her bat down on it, blocking it out. The next one is on the leg stump, and Nat Silverbrandt flicks that out into the leg side. They take a quick single. Alice Capsey on strike for the penultimate ball of the over, and she plays it out for a single. Silverbrandt to face the final ball of Megan Schutz's 7th over. In the V, on the onside, they take another single. At the end of 33, England are 168 for 3. 8 runs of this over, with Silverbrandt on 83 and Capsey on 3. King continues for Australia. The first ball is driven straight back, fielded by King herself, and there is no run. What happened there? Silverbrandt tried to cut that one away, got an under edge onto it, played it straight into the ground. It bounced onto the pitch in front of her, and there is no run. She tried to cut the third one, missed it, and it goes straight into Healy's gloves. Fourth one is driven hard, but straight to extra cover. Fifth one, punched back defensively, fielded by King. There is no run. On the final ball of the over, Silverbrandt almost seems to try to step out, but decides against it and merely drives it back straight to King, who has a maiden, the second maiden of the innings. England 168 for 3. Nat Silverbrandt on 83, Alice Capsey on 3. Current run rate is 4.94. And Australia bring in a new bowler. Welcome, Jess Jonason. Jonathan taps the first one into the offside. They set off for a quick single and they make it safely, even though Point feels that relatively quickly. Second ball, Ciderabad kind of drives that somewhere to cover, and they take another. Now it's mid on, and they take another single. Mid on tries to throw down the stumps, misses, and even if she would have hit it, I'm not sure it would have been out. Pretty sure it wouldn't have been. The final 4 balls of the over are relatively defensively played out by Capsy for 4 dots. There is not really anything happening right there. And that means at the end of the 35th over, England are 170 for 3. Ciderabad 84 and Capsy 4. And that brings on another drinks break. I'm sorry, I'll have to take a short break, and I will be back with you once the action resumes. And I'm back. Excuse me. I have actually missed 2 balls here, which is not that dramatic, as it was 2 dots by king to silver brunt. Third one is another dot defended back to the bowler. First runs of the over to long off from silver brunt. And king to capsy, 1 run. Last ball of the over to silver brunt is a single to long off. At the end of 36 overs, England are therefore 173 for 3. 3 runs off the over. The current run rate is 4.8. And Jonathan continues from where she left off before drinks. She was brought in for her first over right before drinks. And her first ball is flicked into the leg side, fielded by mid-wicket. There is no run. Next ball is driven back to Jonathan, no run. And the next ball, she lifts into the leg side. It falls 1 bounce. It falls safely 1 bounce. I think 1 bounce, 4 for net silver brunt. Another sweep by net silver brunt, but it's fielded by deep mid-wicket. I think it was deep mid-wicket, or can I have a... Oh, it's deep square leg. I'm sorry. They take a single, bringing Capsy on strike, and it's defended. Next one is high in the air as Capsy tries to loft this over the leg side, and it's caught by Sutherland at long on. And as Capsy caught Sutherland, bowled Jonathan 5. England are 178 for 4 after 37. 5 runs and 1 wicket coming off this 37th over. And it's either Danny Wyatt or Amy Jones now in for England. Wyatt if they don't mix up the batting order again. And Australia really needed that, striking twice in a after a real drought of wickets. How far have they been? Yeah, 5 overs after Heather Knight. around 5 overs after Heather Knight was dismissed. Yes, and Danny Wyatt is in for England at 6. But she is not facing yet. It's Ciderabad who faces King. And she drives that, and King misfields of her own bowling, and it's picked up by cover. They steal another. Oh, it's mid-on or coming around. It looks like she's coming around from cover to mid-on. England take a very, very, very risky single. Ciderabad is almost run out at the non-striker. First ball Wyatt has to face. And she drives that, and it's fielded by deep point. They take another single. Ciderabad back on strike. Punched out too long on. Another single. Yes. Wyatt back on strike. Wyatt ramps it. Deep third comes around, fields it. And yeah, kind of a ramp scoop type shot. And it brings her 2 runs, actually. Played out into the offside, where it's fielded. They take a single. England right now rotating the strike relatively well, at least in this over. Ciderabad to face the final ball of the over. Played out into the onside, where it is fielded by mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket. And that brings England to 185 for 4 after 38 overs. 7 runs coming from this 38 overs. Nat Ciderabad is on 94 and Danny Wyatt is on 4. The back-to-back century for Nat Ciderabad is not that unrealistic at this point in time. Talia McGrath back into the attack. And Ciderabad placed it out too long on for another single, taking her to 95. Played straight to point by Wyatt. And the single is taken. And the third ball of the over is swept by Ciderabad down to fine leg. There is no fielder there that can reach it. It reaches the boundary. Ciderabad 1 run away from back-to-back centuries. And the next one is nurdled behind square on the onside. Net Ciderabad take a bow, back-to-back hundreds. Well, England fans will certainly hope that this one is unlike the last one. It's not in vain in a losing cause. She has faced 126 balls for her 100. The final 2 balls of the over are then played out for dots by Wyatt. England, at the end of 39 overs, are 192 for 4. This over brought 7 runs at the run rate of 4. At the current run rate of the innings is 4.92. Danny Wyatt 5, Net Ciderabad 100. Time to write some more social messages. All right. Australia bring back Georgia Wareham. So spin it is for Australia at this stage in the match. But now Net Ciderabad looks like she's in the mood. She sweeps her for 4 first ball. But after that, Wareham can keep her a bit quieter. That 4 is followed by 2 dots, a single, and Wyatt takes a single of the final ball of the over after playing out the 5th for a dot. Meaning that at the end of the 40th over, England are 198 for 4. 6 runs taken off this over. Danny Wyatt on 6. Ned Silverbrandt on 105. The current run rate for England is 4.95. The bowlers. Georgia Wareham has just finished her 5th. She has bowled 1 maiden, conceded 27 runs, taken no wickets at an economy of 5.4. And from the other side, from the other end, McGrath continues, now bowling her 7th over. And the first ball is sliced over point by Wyatt, which brings them 2 runs. Yes. The second one is played to backward point, and there is no run, a dot from the second ball of the over. The third ball is defended back to the bowler, who misfields it, only to have cover come around and stop it near the stumps at the non-striker's end. There have been a lot of half stops from Australia. Fourth ball of the over is a kind of uppercut from Wyatt. And it's over the inner ring, and it goes away to the third man boundary for 4 runs. It's a mix of an uppercut and a steer, basically. She's holding the bat horizontally, the bat face at a 45-degree angle, and it runs away to the boundary. Another 2 runs behind square on the leg side for Wyatt here. And the final ball is slapped hard, square into the leg side by Wyatt. No fielder there. It's running away fast, and that is 4 runs. So, England after 41 overs, 210 for 4. Danny Wyatt 18, Ned Silverbrandt 105. England now really taking the Aussie bowling to the sword, I would say. Excellent batting this from these two, and Heather Knight was very good as well. The Australians continue with Wareham, who is lofted by Silverbrandt over the infield on the offside. It is stopped by long off, and they only take 2. The next one is played straight to the fielder. There is no run. Another sweep attempt by Silverbrand, but she can only play it into her own pads, and it dribbles out to the pitch where it's picked up by Alyssa Healy. Next one is driven out but fielded at mid-off or long-off, at long-off. The fielder is set a bit between mid and long-off. And it's a single. And Wyatt now plays that one out into the leg side. No. She's cutting it. I'm sorry. I misspoke. She actually cut it to point for 2 more. And the last ball is picked up, lofted over the onside. No chance, no jumping chance for any fielder. And it runs away to the boundary for 4 runs. End of the 42nd over. England 219 for 4. 9 runs. The run rate has picked up a bit. It is now 5.21. Danny Wyatt has raced to 24 of 16 balls. Netzeva Brandt on 108 from 134. 8 overs to go. England will be pretty happy with this state of the game. Australia seem to realize that they need to change something in the attack, and it's Ash Gardner back. And there is no run. Second one is pulled to deep mid-wicket, and they take a single. Danny Wyatt on strike now. And what a shot by Danny Wyatt over the offside. There is absolutely nothing any Australian fielder can do, because this has gone the distance. 6 runs. Danny Wyatt moves on to 30. The next one is played out into the offside for a dot, though. It's fielded at cover. They take no run. The fifth one is almost Yorker length and defended back to the bowler by Wyatt. No run. And the final ball of the over is a similar affair, kind of defended back to the bowler. A dot, meaning England at the end of 43 are 226 for 4. Silverbrandt 115 and Danny Wyatt 24. If I had to guess, I would say that England are very, very happy with where they are right now. We have Alana King back into the attack. Who is taken for a single of her first ball by Silverbrandt, who now has 110 runs. Uh, 16, I'm sorry. The next one is slapped hard and high by Wyatt over the leg side. Finds the boundary behind square. Another 6 from Danny Wyatt. Oh no. Net Silver is on 110. The scorecard I'm referring to keep up is incorrect. I think. Next ball slashes between backward point and short third man. Kind of a late cut. And it brings another 4 runs to Danny Wyatt. Fourth ball of the over. Cuts that away square. It's fielded in the deep. And they take 2. Fifth ball, another cut, fielded in the deep this time, and they take a single as the sweeper on the offside throws that back into the square, bringing Nat Silverbrandt on for the last ball of Alana King's ninth over. And the last ball is swept by Silverbrandt. Anyone can do about that one. Finds the boundary on the leg side, relatively square, maybe to the right of mid-wicket. And that is another 4 runs. And that means at the end of the 44th over, England are 244 for 4. Nat Silverbrandt 114, Danny Wyatt 43. England have scored at a rate of 10.4 of the last 5 overs. And it's Ashley Gardner for her 8th. And on the first ball, she has Danny Wyatt on toast. Her stumps are disturbed. The bails are off. Gardner has bowled Wyatt for 43. She kind of tries to steer or cut it away. Misses it. The ball sneaks through beneath her bat. And that is that. She has made these 43 runs from 25 balls, so England will be. She can be satisfied with how she played today. That was not a bad innings, and it was, most importantly, exactly the kind of innings that England needed. Pick up the scoring, make sure that the total is competitive. There's still 5 overs to go, and even if England now score at a rate that they were scoring at before of around 5, that means there's still 25 runs. That takes them to 270, which one would think is something they feel comfortable defending with the ball in hand. Amy Jones now in for England at 7. And she defends her first ball off Gardner that she faces. There are then consecutive singles by Jones and Ciderabad. The 5th ball is another single down to long on. Last ball of the over. Ciderabad facing Gardner. And this is driven through the covers. 4 runs to net Ciderabad. England, after 45, 251 for 5. This over went for 7 runs and 1 wicket. The current run rate is 5.57. And net Ciderabad is on 119 and Amy Jones is on 2. well, we're now coming to the death proper in ODIs, and the first of these death overs is to be bowled by Jess Jonason. It's relatively interesting that Australia opt to go for spinners at the death here, I think. Australia, or generally, I would say most captains would probably go to pace bowlers for the death overs, as spinners have the tendency to get taken for quite some runs here. Yes, and there are a single, a double, a single, and another single, and then 2 dots to round out Jonason's third over. England now 256 for 5. Silverbrand on 122 and Amy Jones on 4. 4 more to go for Australia. They still have 2 Ash Gardner overs. Let's see if she will be bowled out in this innings. There seems to be a bit of a break. I don't know what's going on. No, we're back. And yes, Australia give Gardner a 9th over. The 47th is to be bowled by Ash Gardner. First one is a reverse sweep, but straight to third man, who stops that, apparently with her jaw, which is a bit suboptimal. She hit that relatively well, and it bounced in front of third man, who apparently misjudged that. Yes, she seems to have stopped that with her jaw. The physio is out. Oh, and it bursts. She gets her hands to it, but it bursts through and hits her right in the face. It's Alana King back there. And it seems like King is off the field and Darcy Brown is in as the sub. Oh, wow. Jones tries that same reverse sweep again. misplays it horribly. It goes straight into the air, balloons up into the air, into the leg side, but falls safely somewhere to the right of fine leg. And they take 2. And at the end of that, Australia throw down the stumps. And it's Darcy Brown who has been off the third ball after that quick single. Amy Jones misjudges one and is run out after a direct hit by substitute fielder Darcy Brown, who is on the field of play for her second delivery here. Amy Jones run out for 6 by Darcy Brown. England 260 for 6. Eccleston in at 8, but Silverbrand is facing. And she also reverse sweeps down to third man, who gives chase and can save the boundary. England take 2. The next one is played straight to short fine leg. And it's a net mag through her legs directly to short fine leg. This is a dot. Last ball of the over. Crunches it into the onside where it is fielded to deep mid wicket, by deep mid wicket, and this is merely a single. England 261 for 6, 5 runs and 1 wicket of the 47th. Jonathan to bowl the 48th over. And another sweep by Silverbrand beats fine leg, goes to the boundary, 4 runs for Silverbrand. Jonathan has her revenge though, as on the next ball, Silverbrand holds out once too much. Silverbrand caught Gardner, bowled Jonathan. She tries to play it over the leg side and only finds Gardner at deep mid wicket. England 265 for 7. Charlie Dean in at number 9, one would think. Yes, it's Charlie Dean in at 9 for England, and she is facing Ash Gardner first up. Jonathan, sorry. Gardner caught Silverbrand. Jonathan bowled her. First ball is tucked away into the leg side for another single, and Dean off the mark first ball. And Eccleston to face her first ball of the match. Well, that's not bad. Slog swept 6. And Jess Jonathan has nothing, can't do anything but to acknowledge that shot. And what was that? She tried to do it again, gets alive as I think Gardner drops her at mid-wicket. Yes, just short of Ashley Gardner. That is almost out. And they take a single. A single by Dean to end the over. And after 48, England are 274 for 7. 13 runs and 1 wicket from this over. The current run rate now sits at 5.7. Charlie Dean on 2 of 2 and Sophie Eccleston on 7 of 2. England have been scoring at a rate of 9.6 for the last 5 overs, and with 2 more to go, that 300 is not that far off. The 300 that would have been predicted by doubling the score after 30 overs. Who will... Oh, it's Ash Gardner back for the 49th. There is a shout for LBW off the first ball of Gardner's final over, because this is her 10th. She will be bowled out. Yes, and Dean misses the sweep shot. It the ball sneaks through under her bat, I think. The Australians have reviewed the not out decision. The ball hits Dean probably in front of leg. We'll see. And the decision has been overturned. She had been caught off the pad by Healy as well. So any underedge wouldn't have saved her here. But it's 3 reds. That's out. Decision overturned, and Ashley Gardner has Charlie Dean LBW for 2. And with that, I guess it is Lauren Bell at number 10 for England. No, it is not. It is, in fact, Kate Cross at 10 for England. And Cross has to face Gardner, and the first ball is a dot, played out too long off. The next one is a full ball flicked to deep mid wicket, and Kate Cross is off the mark. And Eccleston gets a thick inside edge that misses everything. It only brings England a single, though. And the final ball of the over to Kate Cross is a dot. After 49 overs, England are 276 for 8 now. Kate Cross on 1 and Sophie Eccleston on 8. Let's see what will Australia do for the final over. They have overs left from should. Sutherland. King is off the field. McGrath, Wareham, or Jonasson. It's Jonasson to bowl the final over of the innings. And the first ball is played out to long on for a single by Cross. Yes. Oh, wait. This scorecard is not right. Yes, because it hasn't been updated. There has been 4 runs. 4 byes in the 49th over. So after 5 balls in the 50th over, England are now 285 for 8. Eccleston is on 10, Cross is on 4 and on strike to face the final. Delivery from Jess Jonasson. And she's bowled. England end on 285 for 9. The run rate is 5.7. Eccleston, the batter, not out on 10. Well. That was a pretty good innings from England. Of course, the highlight for England, another Ned Silverbrunt 100. But this time, Heather Knight again showed her class with a 67. Let's just go through the scorecard really quick before I take a short break for the innings break. Okay. Australia women won the toss and chose to field. England's batting then was Sophia Dunkley, caught Litchfield, bowled Gardner 2. Tammy Beaumont bowled Should 4. Heather Knight, the captain, bowled King 67. Ned Silverbrunt bowled Gardner, caught Gardner, bowled Jonasson 129. Alice Capsey caught Sutherland, bowled Jonasson 5. Danny White bowled Gardner 43. Amy Jones run out 6. Sophie Eccleston not out 10. Charlie Dean LBW bowled Gardner 2. Kate Cross bowled Jonasson 4. There were 13 extras, of which 5 were byes, 4 were leg byes. 2 were no balls and 2 were wides. The total is 285 for 9 in 50 overs at a run rate of 5.7. The bowling card: Ash Gardner 10 overs, no maidens, 39 runs, 3 wickets, economy 3.9. Megan Should 7 overs, no maidens, 34 runs, 1 wicket, economy 4.85. Annabel Sutherland 6 overs, no maidens, 36 runs, no wickets, economy 6.0. Alana King 9 overs, 1 maiden, 62 runs, 1 wicket, economy 6.88. Talia McGrath 7 overs, no maidens, 39 runs, no wickets, economy 5.57. Georgie Wareham, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 36 runs, no wickets, economy 6.0. And Jess Jonason, 5 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, 3 wickets, economy 6.0. Well, that was a very exciting innings. And if you enjoyed that, please do join us in about 20 minutes, I would guess, for the Australian reply. Let's see if they can chase this down and actually win this Ashes series, or if England can kind of save what's left of their blushes by drawing this series, as the Ashes have already been retained by Australia. Thank you very much, and until later. Ta-da! Well, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to Taunton, aka Ciderabad, for the final innings of the Women's Ashes 2023. England set Australia a target of 286 to win the series. England will feel rather confident to have a target the bowlers can bowl to win this match and save at least some face by drawing the Ashes series after the Ashes are already retained by Australia. Well, what do you think? Will Australia chase this down? 286 is not that bad of a total, I would say. 285 for England is not that bad of a total. 286 can be a very challenging target to chase here. Even though Taunton has a reputation as a ground where chasing a target is preferred to setting one. I guess that was the rationale behind Australia choosing to bowl after winning the toss. And, well, the players are out there. Australia opening with Alyssa Healy and Phoebe Litchfield. Unsurprisingly, Kate Cross to open the bowling for England. Cross now coming in for her first delivery to Alyssa Healy. And it's relatively full on off stump, and Healy defends it. There is no run. Second ball of the over, another full-ish delivery on a round off stump, and Healy defends again, no run. The third ball of the over is almost a wide outside the off stump, and Healy leaves that. After three balls, Australia are none for none. Healy is facing. Cross coming in again for the fourth delivery. And that is in slot, outside off, and Healy drives that past all fielders in the offside for 4 runs. So after 4 balls, Australia are for no loss. Fifth ball of the over, straight to cover. There is no run. But there has been a no ball signaled. So Cross will have to bowl that one again. Australia moving on to 5 for no loss. Cross is coming in for that one. And this is outside leg, but Healy has moved to her left. Plays that down into the leg side. And they take 2. Final ball of the over then to come. And Healy leaves that. And there's quite a bit of swing or movement for Cross there. After one over, Australia are 7 for none. The current run rate is 7. The required run rate is 5.69, meaning Australia need 279 from 49 overs. Lauren Bell to join Kate Cross in the English bowling attack. She will bowl to Litchfield. Outside the off stump, and it's played down to third man. They get a single. She did bowl that first ball around the wicket to the left-handed Litchfield. She will now go back to over the wicket for Healy, who bats right-handed. And a single is taken by Healy. And the next delivery to Litchfield is a wide down the leg side, signaled as such, and she will have to bowl that one again. The next one is on a length, and she defends that. There is no run. Australia 10 for no loss. And the next one is outside the off stump. Litchfield tries to defend with a straight bat, but it misses everything and is taken by Jones behind without Litchfield nicking it. And she tries to play the same shot again, but this time she gets an outside edge and is taken at first slip, and England have the first breakthrough. Eccleston taking that catch at first slip. Phoebe Litchfield, Cord Eccleston, Bolt Bell won. And well, 10% of the work for England is done. Australia, after 1.5 overs, are 10 for 1. Litchfield, as I said, goes for 1. Unsurprisingly, this first wicket now brings Elise Perry to the crease, inside of the second over, and she is on strike to Bell. Litchfield actually had 2 slips in place for her. Let's see what field England set to Perry. There's 1 slip. And the first ball to Perry is a wide down the leg side. And the next one has been clipped away 4-4 through mid-wicket by Elise Perry. After 2 overs, Australia are 15 for 1. The second over has gone for 8 runs and 1 wicket. And let's see. I think Kate Cross is to continue her spell. Indeed, she is. And she has castled Alyssa Healy. The belts are off. Healy tried to defend that, but Cross finds the gap between bat and pad, and Healy's out for 7. Bolt cross. Well, well, well. Two wickets within 4 balls inside of the first 3 overs. Pretty good start for England, one would say. Yes. As we now see a replay, there's a gap between. There's a gap in her defense. There's Bolt through the gate. Cross finds the gap and knocks back the top of a middle stump. The belts go flying, and Australia are 15 for 2. So now, presumably, Beth Mooney is out at 4 for Australia. And England will absolutely hope to get one of these two. No, it's not Mooney. It's McGrath. Talia McGrath is out in the middle. And she will face Kate Cross. First ball is defended. No run. as we see another replay of that Alyssa Healy dismissal. And the next ball is nudged into the leg side, and Australia take a single. McGrath off the mark of her second ball. Thanks again to Guerrilla Cricket for making this possible. Everyone listening, the contact information basically is on the screen. Visit the website, listen to them tomorrow for the men's Ashes. As crosses in and Perry cuts that away for a single. Listen to the Guerrilla Cricket Ashes coverage, the men's Ashes coverage for the fourth test starting tomorrow as Kate crosses in. And this one is flicked off the pads by McGrath and it goes all the way. 4 runs. Australia are 21 for 2 after 3 overs. Below that, on screen right now, is their Twitter handle. Follow them there. The second one is my Twitter handle. If you have any questions or want to just interact with the stream, you can tweet us. You can also use the YouTube chat, of course. And the last Twitter handle on screen right now is of a co-host of these Ashes. Do give her a follow. She's right now in bed because she's in Australia. But this wouldn't have been possible without her. Well, then Lauren Bell to continue to ball the fourth over. And the first ball is defended by Perry with a straight bat. There is no run. The second ball is hoiked aerially into the leg side, falls short of the fielder, and Australia take 2. Well, I think this isn't exactly the start that Australia imagined. Next ball, wide outside the off stump, and Perry decides to leave that. They are still ahead of the rate. The next ball is an attempted flick that she only manages to play into her own pads. There is no run. Oh, and yeah, thank you in the YouTube chat. Thank you, Anna Forsyth. She says, great to see some coverage of this game. Awesome work, Leah. Thank you very, very much, Anna. It's not all my doing. I've had Jessica on earlier today, then and during the the first ODI. During the first ODI, we also had Steve, aka the Light Roller, on. And I don't think I would be able to cover a whole ODI on my own. So thanks to these two for making for supporting me here and lending their helping hands. Thank you very much. Yes. So end of the fourth over, there was just a couple on the second delivery. Australia at the end of the fourth are 23 for 2. 2 runs coming from this Lauren Bell over, and cross continues. For her third over now, coming in to McGrath. McGrath defends a ball that is relatively full and on-off, outside-ish off, if you want. Maybe it's in the channel, if you want to quote Geoffrey Boycott. But it's relatively close to the stumps, and McGrath defends. Next ball is played out to point, straight to the fielder. There is no run. Cross in for the third delivery of the over. McGrath tries to cut, goes down on the back knee, tries to cut it away, misses it, and Jones takes it, no run. Next ball of the over is played out in front of point, and Australia take 2 runs. McGrath moving on to 7. A reminder that the target for Australia in this innings is 286 runs. Cross in and played out to mid-on. There is no run. Mid-off, of course. It's mid-off. I'm sorry. Yes, she's played that to mid-off. There is no run because there's a fielder there. Last ball of the over coming in. And this is a wide down the leg side by Kate Cross. Let's see. Do we have any... after this ball. Hopefully last ball of the over. Yes. guided down to third man by McGrath, and they take a single. After 5 overs, Australia are 27 for 2. 4 runs off this over. McGrath on 8 and Perry on 7. Let's see if we have any other social media messages. Doesn't look like it. If you want to tweet us and not use the YouTube chat, use the Linux Lia handle. That is the most likely to get noticed right now. All right. Bell to continue. Bowling to McGrath. Clips that off her pads. Another single. Now Perry to face Bell. And she tries to drive that, doesn't really get a hold of it, and it bounces out to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, it's off the inside of the bat. Next ball is outside of stump, and Perry leaves that alone. Jones takes it. There is a bit of shape into Perry, and looks like the ball is swinging after passing the bat. Bell in for the 4th ball of the over. Oh, Perry gets an inside edge and nearly chops on. That must be about 0.5 millimeter, something like that. Oh yes, there's a lot of movement off the surface for Lauren Bell there. It seems in viciously. And Elise Perry nearly chops on. Next ball is almost a Yorker. Oh dear. Almost a Yorker. Perry tries to clip it away, and it is misfielded at mid-on and runs away for 4. That was Kate Cross at mid-on that got fingers to it. Couldn't grab a hold of it and let it go to the boundary. That was really poor fielding. This is surprising because the England ground fielding throughout the series has been really, really good. They have dropped a few dollies here and there, but the ground fielding has generally been absolutely impeccable from England, which is it's always kind of surprising then if such easy saves are missed, like the one that Cross let go through her legs here at mid-on from Perry. Anyway, Kate Cross is now back into the attack, and she's bowling to McGrath on middle, and McGrath tries to clip that away, but straight to the fielder at square leg, and there is no run. Cross coming in for a second, and McGrath defends that back to the bowler. There is no run. And that is, well, what? Yeah, it's a cut. I would call it a cut. She cuts a ball that is too wide by cross away in front of square, in front of point for 4 runs. Oh, that's a slower ball Yorker right on the stumps from cross, and it's dug out by McGrath, but there is no run. Last ball of the over from cross coming up now. And that is really rather short and cut away by McGrath again. Same outcome as last time. 4 runs for Talia McGrath. Oh, it was the 5th. I'm sorry. It wasn't the last ball of the over. It's the 5th ball of the over. Last ball of the over coming in now. And it's shaping away from McGrath. It is rather wide outside the off stump when it reaches her, and she leaves that alone. After 7 overs, Australia are 40 for 2, 8 runs off that 8th over. The current run rate is 5.71. The required run rate is 5.72. And Lauren Bell continues from the other end. There's again seam movement for Bell. It's seaming into Perry here, who drops that out to in front of point for a single. Ooh, that's a short and wide one, and Perry tries to McGrath tries to cut at it, misses, but the umpire has called a wide, so she will have to bowl that again. Oh, and this is driven. It's in the slot, and it is driven by Talia McGrath for 4 runs. Well, McGrath is picking up the pace here. Australia so far have been ahead of where England were at the same stage in the innings consistently. They have lost 2 wickets though. England had at this stage also done so. But from here on, then England stitched together that great partnership between Silver Brunt and Heather Knight. And one would think that if Australia start to lose wickets here, they might be in trouble. Well, the last ball was... There was a dot after the 4, then a single, yes, and now the 5th ball of the over. Which is very wide. Very wide and called as such. Bell will have to bowl that one again. Clipped to mid wicket. There is only a single. It was on a length and onto the pads, and Perry clipped it to mid wicket. There you go. Final ball of the over. Short and well outside off. McGrath leaves that alone. Seems a bit disappointed this was not given as a wide. It was indeed very, very wide. End of the 8th over. Australia are 49 for 2. 9 runs coming from this one. The current run rate being 6.12. The required run rate 5.64. Australia need 237 from 42 overs. So, and the first change in the English attack. The Centurion is in, Ned Silver Brunt, to replace Kate Cross. First ball is on middle and leg, and she defends it out into the offside. It's fielded at point. Ooh, the second ball. There is swing for Ned Silverbrunt. It swings into Perry, who placed it out to deep third man. They take a single, and Talia McGrath is on strike to face Ned Silverbrunt. There is a shout for LBW, but I'm pretty sure that was going down leg. It was an in swinger that pitched on middle and leg, hit McGrath probably in front of leg and probably did too much. The next one is played out into the offside, where it is fielded at point, and there is no run. Pitched on middle, flicked into the leg side, fielded at short fine leg. This one's a wide one, which she plays down to a deep third man for another single. Hogging the strike here, Elise Perry. After 9 overs, Australia are 52 for 2. 3 runs from this one. The run rate is 5.77 and the required one is 5.7. May have not been the start that Australia were looking for, but there's not too much to worry about right now for the Australians. They are ahead of where England were at this point. They are ahead of the required rate, and if push comes to shove, they can probably count on their tail to be better at slogging than the English one. Another bowling change. Sophie Eccleston is into the attack. The first spin for England in this innings, and the first ball is turned away to sweeper cover for a single by Perry. Second one tucked away to mid-wicket. There is no run. Third one is defended back down the ground. No run. Fourth one defended into the onside. Still no run. And the fifth one is played towards cover, and McGrath wants a single but is sent back here. Last ball of the over, defended into the onside. Only the single from this over. Australia are 53 for 2, 1 run. The current run rate is 5.3 and the required run rate is 5.82. I think these two now have a... Oh. Ciderabad back into the attack. Defended. There is no run. I think the these two have their work cut out. Net Silver in, Ciderabad in, defended, too long on, no run, because the English team lost their first 2 wickets relatively cheaply, but then Ciderabad and Knight stitched together a century partnership. And Perry plays that down to deep third, and there is a single taken. They stitched together a century partnership, and that really is the reason why England could post 285, because they lost the last 5 wickets for not many, inside of I think 8 overs, 10 or 8 overs. There was a dot in there from McGrath. The next one is driven through the covers, and Australia take a couple. Beaumont Fields. Final ball of the over. McGrath punches it, but finds the fielder at backward point, and there is no run. Well, this has been the theme so far this match. Batsmen have reliably found the fielders. I don't know how many there weren't that many boundaries, and there were, I think, 4 sixes. No, not 3. I think 3 sixes, or may have been some more. In the end, at the death, there was a tremendous amount of hitting. I forget. Okay. Eccleston is back into the attack. And Perry tips it for a very, very risky single. And McGrath can only play this out to mid-on for no run. Eccleston is bowling all this around the wicket with her slow left arm to the right-handed McGrath. Oh, there is spin. There is spin for McGrath, and they are consulting if they should review. I think McGrath missed it, and it hit her on. Where did it hit? Yes, it hit her on the pad, but it would have gone down leg. Pretty sure. It also hit her on or above the knee roll. Height might have been an issue. And she plays the one out to backward point. Again, finding the fielder, and there is no run. Last ball of the over from Eccleston, and McGrath again finds the fielder, and that is that. End of the 12th, Australia 57 for 2, 1 run. The current run rate is 4.75. The required run rate is 6.02. Let's see if anyone has joined us on any social media. On to begin the over from Ned Silver-Brunt. Jones did well to stop that one. There is swing for Ned Silver-Brunt in here, but this time she is cut away by Perry for 4 runs. That was a bit too wide. Yes. To the right of backward point. No cover on the boundary, and that is 4 runs to Elise Perry. A third delivery down to deep third man, and there is a single. She just opened the face and basically steered it there to deep third man. Net Silver now to Talia McGrath, who nurdles it into the leg side to deep mid wicket for another single. And that is a wide down the leg side by Silver-Brunt to Perry. And I'm afraid she will have to bowl that one again. And that is another wide. We've had 3 legal deliveries this over and 3 wides so far. Here we go. Yorker, and she defends that to mid-on. Oh, she keeps it out and it trickles down to mid-on. Who feels it? No run. And that is 1 run into the leg side from Elise Perry, bringing Talia. And it's a short one, and she ducks under it. Jones takes it. There are no buys. Another dot to end the over. After 13 overs, Australia are 67 for 2. 10 runs of this over. The current run rate is 5.15. The required run rate is 5.91. And Sophie Eccleston is going to bowl her third over. She has bowled 2 so far, for none for 2. And Elise Perry gets a thick outside edge down to short third man of the first ball of Sophie Eccleston's over, and there is no run. And this one is played to sweeper cover by Perry. They get a single. And that is out. Talia McGrath is deceived by Sophie Eccleston and stumped by Amy Jones. Talia McGrath stumped Jones, bowled Eccleston a 26 at a strike rate of 66.66. Australia lose their third wicket. After 13.3 overs, they are 68 for 3. Yeah, she was batting outside her crease. She missed it completely. Tried to slide the foot in, wasn't fast enough. Amy Jones makes no mistake, takes off the bails, and Talia McGrath is gone for 26. Australia 68 for 3. England can taste the drawn series here. England can taste the drawn series, saving that little bit of face. An excellent technique from Jones here. Taking the ball, not giving too much way with the hands, moving forward very soon after taking the ball, giving McGrath no time to slide her foot back into her crease. In kind of contrast to earlier in the day when Alyssa Healy pulled her hands back a very long way when she had a stumping chance and missed it therefore. That was a very good stumping, very good awareness by Jones. In comes Beth Mooney, and the first ball of Eccleston she faces is clipped into the leg side for no run. The next one is driven to mid-on. No run. And the last ball of the over also ends up there in the leg side in front of the fielder. And there is also no run. After 14 overs, Australia are now 68 for 3. 1 run, 1 wicket in this over. The current run rate is now falling below 5. It's 4.85 right now. And the required run rate is 6.05. In other words, Australia need 218 runs from 36 overs. And we have another change in bowling for England. Out comes Nat Silver-Brunt. In comes Charlie Dean. Who boasts an average of below 20. And her first ball is sliced by Perry through cover point, fielded on the boundary by Dunkley. If I see that correctly, yes, I guess it is. I believe it is Dunkley for 1 run. Dean bowls her off breaks now to the left-handed Beth Mooney. And she defends it to mid-wicket. There is no run. This one is also flicked into the leg side. It is fielded, but Australia get a single. Perry now on strike to Dean. And that one is hit for 4 in the on through the offside. Where is it going? Yeah, that's through extra cover. Fine drive through extra cover for 4 runs for Elise Perry. Next one is blocked towards cover, and there's no run. Valiant fielding effort again by Dunkley as Perry slices another one down behind point. Australia take 2 runs. After 15 overs, the Australians are 76 for 3, 8 runs off the over. The current run rate is 5.06. The required one is 6.0. Well, no sign of change at the other end. Sophie Eccleston to continue. Over the wicket now. And this is 4 runs to the region of fine leg. Yes. The next one is clipped to deep square leg, where it is fielded, and Australia are kept to a single. Eccleston now around the wicket to Perry, who plays it to mid-on, and there is no run. Around the wicket again. Perry plays that to short third. And the next one is defended back towards mid-off. There is no run. Last ball of the over. Perry defends this towards forward of mid-wicket, and there is no run. And that brings on a drinks break. And if you would excuse me for just a few minutes, I will have to get something to drink. And to be honest, I'm going to hit a vape. See you in a minute. And I am back. All right. Didn't miss anything. Excellent. Charlie Dean back into the attack. Around the wicket to Mooney, who defends that into the offside, fielded by Dean. There is no run. Around the wicket again, and Mooney nurdles it into the leg side, but can't get past the fielder. There is no run. Dean continuing. Pushed into the offside, and there is no run for Mooney, who remains on 6. The next one is defended straight into the ground, bounces high again. Jones collects, comes forward from behind the stumps, collects, and throws the ball to Dean. Mooney clips it into the leg side, and there is the single. The fielder throws towards the non-striker's end, but Dean can't deflect the ball into the stumps, and I guess Mooney would have been safe anyway. Dean now over the wicket to Perry, who sweeps it towards backward square leg, who fields, and they take a single. After 17 overs, Australia are 83 for 3. The current run rate is 4.88. The required run rate is 6.15. Or, in other words, Australia need 203 from 33 overs. Yeah, let's look at Twitter, and Anna Forsyth there is saying, I was about to ask about England taking the pressure off when the wicket fell. Yes, that was excellent work from Amy Jones. As I said, I think she's a really good keeper for England so far. And that one was a very good stumping. I would have thought, especially important because it was McGrath who was trying to take the battle to England, who was taking on the English bowling attack. So couldn't have come at a better time for England, I would say. But you have to keep in mind, England also lost 2 early wickets in the first innings. They lost both openers Dunkley and Beaumont for change. Let me see. Yeah, Dunkley was out for 2 and Beaumont was out for 4 after Dunkley fell in the 3rd over and Beaumont in the last ball of the 4th. But England then put together a very, very useful partnership between Heather Knight and Ned Silver-Brunt that was worth 147 runs before another wicket fell. So that's the reason I say that Australia will start feeling the pressure when they lose wickets now. After those first 2. What happened? Yes, we missed an Eccleston over in which Elise Perry hit 1-4 and a single, bringing 5 runs for Australia, taking them to 88 for 3. And now it is Charlie Dean to continue, who concedes a 4 of her first ball to Elise Perry. She comes down the track and cracks it through cover for 4 runs. The next ball, yeah, she really digs that out and puts it through cover. The next one is a single through square leg. Followed by a dot straight to cover. There seems to be a bit of rain around. And the DLS par score is 116. There was a wide from Dean to Perry, and yes, that's a wide. That's a wide. Jones caught it and whipped off the bails just in case, but the foot was grounded behind the line. No problem there. The ball after the wide that she had to re-bowl is a dot, and followed by a drive through cover for a single. Australia, after 19 overs, are 96 for 3. This one was a bit more costly. 8 runs coming off it. The current run rate is 5.05 and the required run rate is 6.12. Australia still need 190 runs from 31 overs. They are about where England were at this stage of the innings, but they have lost one more wicket. Alice Capsey into the attack for the first time today. Over the wicket to Perry. Played back to mid-off. Next one is driven too long on, and there is a single taken by Australia here. And they are going off, the covers are coming on. Should this be the anticlimactic end to the series? Australia behind on DLS, and the rain gods saving the draw for England. Let's hope not. Let's see what happens here now. Let's see if we have any social media messages for now. We have Steve, the light roller, who was on for the first one-day international of this Ashes series. Hi, Steve. And he's saying, is the rain going to help England claim another victory? Well, right now it would look that way, as Australia are behind the DLS par score, which is right now, let's see. It was around 116, but a few balls have been bowled since then. And they're not showing which DLS par score would be applicable here right now. Steve, I hope you had fun in Southampton despite England losing it. It was a cracker of a game. I think went down to the wire. Heartbreak for Ned Silverbrand, obviously. Centuries in losing causes are never that good. Yeah, but for now, let's see. We have Australia after 19.2 overs on 97 for 3. And the scorecard is Alyssa Healy was bowled by Cross, 7. Phoebe Litchfield caught Eccleston, bowled Bell, 1. Elise Perry is not out, 45. Talia McGrath stumped Jones, bowled Eccleston, 26. Beth Mooney not out, 8. There are 10 extras, 1 no ball and 9 wides, making a total of 97 for 3 in 19.2 overs at a run rate of 5.01. The bowling card, Kate Cross, 4 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, 1 wicket, economy 6.25. Lauren Bell, 4 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, 1 wicket, economy 6.0. Ned Silverbrand, 3 overs, no maidens, 16 runs, no wickets, economy 5.33. Sophie Eccleston, 5 overs, no maidens, 13 runs, 1 wicket, economy 2.60. Yes, Charlie Dean, 3 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wickets, economy 6.0. And Alice Capsey, 0.2 overs, no maidens, 1 run, economy 3.0. I can tell you that we have half an hour before we start losing overs. I see. I think my social media communications are up to date. There's no other. There are no Twitter messages. Let's see if anyone is tweeting into Gorilla Cricket while trying to get in contact with us here. No, I think we are good. You will have to forgive me for going off air during the rain break. I've been on since 1 p.m. British Standard Time. To my time, it is now 7 my time. I've been doing this basically nonstop for 5 hours, with the one exception being the innings break. Where is my where is my rain overlay? Text, okay. Okay. So, I'm sorry, everyone. I will use this. I will use this rain break to shut up for a minute. The stream will continue. I will be, of course, I will be back as soon as I hear any news. Until then, stay tuned. We will see this through. Till later. All right, and we are back after this rather short rain break. The England players are in a huddle just outside of the boundary rope. The chase is now a 44 over chase. The DLS adjusted score is 269 in 44 overs. Yes, the batsman in. As I'm adjusting my mic, sorry. Beth Mooney and Elise Perry. Mooney on 8, Perry on 45. We have 4 balls left to go in an Alice Capsey over, the 20th of the chase. That is so far gone for a dot and 1 run. Yeah, and we are back. Capsey to Mooney outside the off stump, and that one is driven. Out to cover. And it's Beth Dunkley who fields out there, restricting Australia to a single. Next one from Capsey, and Perry tries to sweep but misses. Plays it into or is struck high on the pad. Next one is played out into the offside at extra cover or point. Relatively square. And there is a single at the end of 20 overs. Australia are 100 for 3. That last single brought up Australia's 100. By Mooney, the over goes for 4 runs. And let's see. Due to Duckworth Lewis, the required run rate has jumped from 6.12 to 7.04. As Charlie Dean is to continue. It's her 4th over. Around the wicket to Mooney, who drives this for a single. Perry now on strike. Dean now over the wicket. And she steers this into the leg side for a single. Round the wicket to Mooney again. And she cuts that backward off point for a couple of runs. Yes. This one is cut by Mooney to backward point, Beaumont Fields, and there is no run for Australia. The next one is clipped for a single. Perry now on strike. Dean goes over the wicket again, and Perry plays it back to the bowler. Dean fields off her own bowling, and there is no run. 5 runs from the 21st over. Australia 105 for 3. The current run rate is 5.0, and the required run rate is now climbing to 7.13. We have Elise Perry on 47 and Beth Mooney on 14. The half century for Beth Mooney is well and truly within reach, one would say. She's a class player. Oh, there has been a no ball called. And the free hit is dispatched by Perry for a 6. Launched over long on, 6 runs. Elise Perry gets a half century, 53 of 55 balls. Australia are 112 for 3. Which brings down the required run rate to 6.82. 12 runs of the over. Let's see what England can do here. England turn back to Kate Cross, who is replacing Capsey, who has just that one over. Okay. Yeah. Cross in to Mooney. And she bowls it onto leg stump, and Mooney plays it out to mid on, and there is no run. Cross in again to Mooney. And Mooney plays that out into the offside, where it is fielded by point. Australia take a single. And England will be very, very happy with overs that consist of singles, doubles, and dots. The third ball of the over is a short delivery. Perry rocks back, plays it straight to point. There is no run. This one is on middle. Perry tries to defend, seems to have missed it. There's a shout for LBW from Cross and Jones, but no one else seems to be that interested in that. Yeah, she seems to miss it. She's hit on the thigh pad. Might be doing too much, might be a bit high. Next one. Balloons up into the air and is taken by Capsy at backward square leg. Oh. No. Excuse me. Not a backward square leg. No, this balloons up and it's taken at short third man, of course. So, cross gets parry. At least parry is out caught Capsy, bolt cross for 53. That brings out Ash Gardner now, and Australia are starting to feel the pressure, I think. Well then. Cross on top of a run-up. Running in to Ash Gardner, who clips it away for a single. And it is collected at short fine leg, and Gardner takes a single. Off the mark, straight away, first delivery. Australia are 114 for 4 after 22 overs. I remind you that this is a 44 over run chase, and the adjusted target is 269, according to Duckworth Lewis Stern. Dean stays on. Now to Gardner, over the wicket. And Gardner is looking to flick that away. She misses it, but no one's interested in any LBW shout, as it I don't know, bounces off her pad. The second ball of the over is played out too long on by Gardner. Third one is tucked away into the leg side, behind square for an easy single. The next one is a length ball that Gardner places between mid-wicket, between deep mid-wicket and deep square leg for a couple. Gardner now flicks along the ground for a single. And the last ball of the over is on leg stump, and Mooney nudges it fine, with the keeper giving chase, retrieving it, and keeping Australia to a single. Australia now 124 after 23 overs. 6 runs, the required run rate is 7.09. So, what do you think? Can Australia chase this adjusted DLS score down? Will England save the drawn series? Let's see if we have any social media interactions. Anna Forsyth asks, what do you think of Alice Capsey's series? Let me think. She was in the last ODI. She oh, come on, scorecard here. Loaded. Well, breaking news. After the first ball of the over being a dot, Kate Cross has got Beth Mooney out. Mooney holds out straight to mid-off, and Cross has a third wicket. Beth Mooney caught Eccleston, B Cross 17, strike rate 59.25, and Australia are 124.5. Interesting. Let us see. Capsey. But she has had some successes with the bat. She's been rather hit or miss, I would say. At least during the well, she didn't play in the test, so she's made 3 and bowled none for 14. She's made 5 and didn't bowl. She then has a 46 in a game where she didn't bowl. She then has a 40 and a 1 for 37. And on Sunday, she made 2 runs and bowled none for 15. It's been a bit hit or miss, I would say, Anna. Capsey's series. I mean, I really think that in the women's game, it's a bit. The standards are, I think, or not the standards, but how you judge if someone has a good series are very, very different from how it is judged in the men's game, because I've been talking about that with Jessica on Sunday. There are generally many more players in the women's game that might actually be classified as all-rounders and not just as part-timers. You see that in this series where Australia regularly used 8 bowlers in a white ball match, and England have been using at least 6 every game. So I think you can compensate a poor outing or a not great score with the bat, with some tight bowling, and in a white ball match, it is probably almost as important to bowl economically as it is to take wickets. So yeah, she's not had a world-beating performance this series, but it isn't that bad, actually, I think. Well, we've had the 24th over now. That has gone for 6 runs and 1 wicket. Australia at the end of the 24th are 126 for 5. Ash Gardner on 6 and Annabel Sutherland on 4. And the 25th is to be bowled by Lauren Bell, or is being bowled by Lauren Bell, who keeps Australia to 5 runs of the first 4 balls, which is pretty good news for England, as the required run rate has crept up to 7.15. Oh, this was some tight fielding by England. 2 fielders sliding a relay stop, if you will, saving a boundary for England. Very good, that. The next ball is pushed out to sweeper cover from the back, off the back foot, for another single. 1 more ball in the over to go. Clips it on the up to mid-wicket. Bounces well short of the fielder, though. There is no run. So 7 runs off the over. Australia 133 for 5. 19 overs to go for Australia. The required run rate is 7.15. Kate Cross to continue. This time to Sutherland. And it's pushed to short, to deep backward square. Deep backward square, yes. For a single. And the next one is a drive to mid-on. There's a hint of outswing from Cross here to Sutherland. There's no run. And the next one is on a length. It is a bit outside off, and it's cut hard to sweeper covers right. There is one run more to the score for Australia. And now Kate Cross to Sutherland on a length, and it goes to sweeper cover again. Another single taken by Australia. And this is played square by Gardner for another single. Australia now 137 for 5. One more ball to come in the over. And that is another run for Gardner for 1. Wait. My feed is a bit weird. What's happening here? No, it was a single to Sutherland. Yes. Yeah, that's the joy of being a cricket fan in Germany. Nobody cares about the quality of the stream, even if you pay for it for a cricket channel in continental Europe, basically. Lauren Bell continues, and she is hit over long off for 6 by Ash Gardner. Australia 144 for 5. The target is 269 in 44 overs. Oh, and another 6 by Gardner after a docked ball. This time over the leg side. Lauren Bell gets punished here, and Gardner follows that up with a 4. This is pulled to mid wicket. No fielder can say anything about that one. No. Hard and flat. Gardner goes on to 31. In the last 5 overs, Australia have been going along at 8.4 and over. The required rate is 6.7. And England's bowling is looking a bit like they're losing the plot right now to Ash Gardner, who admittedly is really good with the bat and has been a bit of a surprise with her very very good bowling in more recent times. She started out as more of a batting all-rounder than anything else, and she has really improved her bowling. And let's be honest, if the Australians do not refer to this series as Ash's Ashes, they're missing a trick. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter if this series ends in a draw or in a tight series, but Ash Gardner has been the highest wicket taker in the series. She has 12. The next best is Sophie Eccleston, and no, in the tests she has taken 12 wickets in the test. In the ODIs she has taken 9. Yes, okay, she's not that much of a wicket taker in T20s, but Gardner has taken 12 in the test, and in the ODIs she's been brilliant so far. Come on, Australia. Ash's Ashes sounds much better than Botham's Ashes, don't you think? Well, that was quite the over for Lauren Bell. She got hit for 17 runs, and at the end of the 27th over, Australia are 155 for 5. And Kate Cross is going to continue. She keeps Gardner quiet for the first ball, then bowls a wide, is hit for 4 by Gardner on the ball. She has to re-bowl because it was a wide. The third ball of the over is a dot, and the fourth ball is another 4 over long off. Ash Gardner looks ready to finish it all here and now. The next delivery is a single by Gardner into the leg side. Australia now need 104 runs from 16.1 overs at a run rate of 6.43, which looks like a piece of cake considering they've been going at 9.4 for the last 5. Well, what is going on here? Have they been a bit too reckless? Yes, probably. Probably. Yes. They have been too reckless. Cross to Sutherland. They take a very ill-advised run. They take the first one, but Gardner wants a second, which definitely isn't there. It's not there, and after asking the TV umpire, Ashley Gardner, after the TV umpire has been asked, Ashley Gardner is given run out by Danny Wyatt and Kate Cross for 41 runs. And this is another twist in the tail. Now we are well and truly into the lower Australian order, as Australia are 166 for 6 after 28 overs. There were 11 runs from this over, but there was also the crucial wicket of Ashley Gardner, and that was a really, really poor judgment call on the second one from Gardner. She dives in full stretch, but Cross has her there. This is poor. It's basically comedy cricket right now. Let's see if we have any more social media comments. Nope. Oh yes. Anyone who is watching the stream, and please leave a like. Click that thumbs up beneath the video. This really helps this channel out a lot. For you, it's just one click. But for me, this really helps because it has an influence on the YouTube algorithm that determines what videos and streams to put into people's feeds, and if there is viewer interaction with any video or any stream, that really helps. Thank you very much. Well, now it's time for Ned Silverbrunt to replace Lauren Bell. Georgia Wareham is the new batter-in, and England will probably remember what she can do with the bat, taking the English bowling attack to the cleaners to the tune of 27 runs during the last ODI on Sunday, when England lost by 3 runs. That last over of Australia went for 26. The last over of the Australian batting innings went for 26, and that was probably the difference between the sides there. Here, Ned Silverbrunt can keep her relatively quiet. There are only 6 runs conceded of the first 5 balls, and England will probably no, it's just 5 of 5 balls. England will probably be fine with runner ball overs from here on out from the Pacers, as long as some of the spinners can keep the economy rate in check. Australia. Oh, my scorecard is not updating again. Well, I can tell you this much. Sophie Eccleston is replacing Kate Cross. And after the last over went for 6 runs, which will be fine with England, from Ciderabad, Australia being 172 for 6 after 29. Eccleston is taken for a single, can keep them down to a dot on the second ball, and concedes another single on the third ball. Another single for Wareham as she drives too long off from the fourth ball of the over. The fifth ball is cut away as Wareham rocks back and cuts. It is collected by the sweeper. There is another single. And on the last delivery, Wareham is beaten on the pull, and Sophie Eccleston cannot believe that that missed the stumps. Amy Jones collects cleanly. I don't know. Perhaps England want to give her Johnny Bairstow's job. But that brings Australia to 176 for 6 after 30 overs. 4 runs from this one. And Australia have 14 overs left to get 93 runs. Nat Ciderabad back into the attack. I cannot yet see if... Oh yes, I can now see it. Throughout this series, Amy Jones has been standing up to the stumps to Nat Ciderabad, which I find more than entertaining. During one of the T20s, she took a wicket off a Ciderabad bouncer that she collected above her head, standing up to the stumps, all of this. The batsman got a bit of bat on that, but she was also out of a crease, far out of a crease. So for good measure and to make sure, Amy Jones also knocked down the bails. So in the end, it was given out, caught behind, off a bouncer by a keeper standing up to a medium pacer. But it would have also been out stumped by a keeper standing up to a bouncer from a medium pacer, which is amazing. It's amazing. You don't see stuff like that from Jimmy Anderson, do you? And Johnny Bairstow. Yeah. 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 Anyway, Silverbrand has been taken for 4 runs of the first 4 balls of the over. There's a dot, a double, a dot, and another double in there. And I absolutely hate that there is no indication what ball I am looking at right now on the TV. There is just that Australia still need 84 runs from 78 balls. And yeah. And my live ticker is frozen. Thank you very much for that. Well, there is Sophie Eccleston back into the attack. Why can't they give me what over and which ball it is on the TV? Oh damn! Yeah, I think I've seen Silverbrand now being taken for a boundary of one of the last 2 balls of the 31st over. And Sophie Eccleston is replacing her. I'm sorry if I can't be that much more specific. I'm having a bit of technical problems here, or at least not me having that many technical problems, but all my media sources are having technical problems apparently. And let me see. I will. Don't go anywhere. I might be a bit quiet for a time because I have to figure some stuff out. Maybe. Just a second. Oh, well, excuse me, but we are back to see Net Ciderabad take a wicket stumped. Dear me. And this time it is unquestionably a stumping by Amy Jones, standing up to the stumps, and the batsman to go is Georgia Wareham. It wasn't a bouncer this time, but it is a stumping to a medium pace bowler, and I think that is always a good thing. Stumpings of medium pace bowlers are always a good thing. It arrives about the height of the top of the stumps, and Wareham absolutely misses it. Jones makes no mistakes, gathers it cleanly, and whips off the bails. Excellent work there. That was almost Dhoni-like. No giving in the hands when the ball hit the gloves. The hands basically immediately moved forwards towards the stumps and whipped off the bails. And there was no chance for Wareham. Australia now 7 down, 190 for 7 after 32.3 overs. And Jess Jonasson is in for Australia at number 9, and she plays the first delivery from Ciderabad to mid wicket for a dot. She then gets a double to sweeper cover and is kept quiet on the last ball of the over by Ciderabad. End of the 33rd over. Australia are 192 for 7. Yes, this 33rd over brought Australia 3 runs, but it cost them a wicket. And the required rate is now 7 runs and over. While Australia have been kept relatively quiet during the last passage of play by the English bowling attack. 5.2 runs and over, and now it's Charlie Dean back. To Annabelle Sutherland, and there is no run. Second ball of Dean's over. She castles her. Annabelle Sutherland bowled Dean 18, and Australia now 192 for 8 after 33.2 overs. A reminder that the Australian target is 269 from 44 overs. England now need 2 wickets to draw the series. And I think this is just a matter of time, and this is the twilight of the Australian innings for sure. Alana King in at number 10 for Australia. She has an average in women's ODIs of 6.67, which is a bit misleading because she has only played 17 matches, not batted in most of them. She has a high score of 18, but she is a very competent handler of the bat in the domestic game. So this is one of the frustrating things about the stats pages for the professional women's players on ESPN Cricinfo, because they only list the international stats and not the domestic stats. And I think that's a bit of a shame, because the women play so much less than the men internationally, and the men have, of course, their domestic stats listed on the page. Anyway, King survives. The rest of the over from Charlie Dean, but it's a wicket maiden. This is the first wicket maiden of this match. It comes in the 34th over of the Australian chase, as Australia are 192 for 8, with Alana King on none and Jess Jonathan on 2. England will probably thank all the rain gods that there are in all the pantheons around the world after tonight, because this has been quite the collapse from Australia after the rain break. They were looking like they were in a relatively tough spot before the rain interruption, but it didn't seem impossible. Right now, the equation is a required run rate of 7.62, and in the last 5 overs, Australia have been going along at 4.2. Lauren Bell now replaces Nat Siver to pair Charlie Dean. And the first ball is a single to Jonathan. The second one is a wide, but King cannot cash in on the reballed ball. Third legal delivery of the 35th over now coming up. Lauren Bell to Alana King. Oh, that's high in the air, very high, and I'm afraid this is a duck for Alana King, who gets a very high top edge, which is comfortably taken by Amy Jones behind the stumps. So Alana King, Court Jones, Bolt Bell, none. And Australia 194 for 9. Let's see if we have any social media messages. Oh, there's 3 notifications. Let's see. Liked what Anna Forsyth says, liked what you said about Capsy. I've perhaps been a bit harsh on her because she had such a promising start to her international career. You think another wicket finished this more or less? It's 14 minutes ago. Yes. I'm sorry that I'm just reading this now, Anna, but I'm pretty sure one more wicket now finishes this. Yes. Australia are 9 down. I'm sorry. Yes. No, I was looking at to say a bit more about Capsy. In this women's game, it is a decent contribution if you bowl a few overs very economically. You don't really have to take the wickets. This is a bit different, I think, than in the men's game where a bowler that merely bowls economical is not as important as it is here. And she has had some good scores in there with the bat. Okay, she never crossed 50, but there were 2 40s in there. And I think both came in match-winning efforts. So that's good. It's not an outstanding series she's had up until now. And I don't think her performance today is that outstanding. But it's not really a bad performance, I would say. Yeah, I mean, she's been given 1 over today. She has only conceded 4 runs. This is fine in the context of the game, I think. Yeah, she should have made more runs probably. She's only made 5 runs. Yes, she should have made more, but I mean, this is England. If you have a bad day and your team still wins, all is forgotten and forgiven. Well, let's get back to the match live. And I'm sorry, I didn't read your comments for 14 minutes, Anna. I'm really sorry. We have Charlie Dean back into the attack. She concedes 2 singles of the first 2 balls. And that's it. Jess Jonasson holds out to Lauren Bell at short third man. And Australia do not bring up 200 runs in the match. England win it. England draw the series. Australia, of course, retained the Ashes as they were holding them, and this series is a draw. But England save a bit of face, one would say, and England win by 69 runs. Am I correct in that one? I think so. Yes, England win by 69 runs. And because this is the internet, I have to say this. Nice. The last wicket to fall is Jess Jonassen. Yeah, of course, player of the match is probably Nat Silverbrand for her second ODI century in 3 days, which is quite impressive. I have to say. Yes, that's the series. It is a drawn series. I don't know why Crick Info is talking about Australia having been vanquished in an ODI series. Okay, this is the first time in 10 years that the Australian women have lost an ODI series. Yes, okay. If you take these three ODI matches within this Women's Ashes series as one ODI series, this is indeed the first time that Australia have lost one in 10 years, which is a quite impressive stat, one would have to say. Let's look through the scorecard, and then I will look at final social media messages, be they from the YouTube chat or from Twitter. Use the YouTube chat here, or use at LinuxLea with capital L's on Twitter. If you want to get your word in here, you are very welcome. I will also thank Gorilla Cricket again for basically making this possible, promoting this. The web address is on the video screen. You can see that. Check them out. Check them out tomorrow when the men start the 4th Ashes test. Yes, let's get into the scorecard. We have Alyssa Healy, bowled cross for 7. Phoebe Litchfield caught Eccleston, bowled bell 1. Elise Perry caught Capsey, bowled cross 53. Talia McGrath stumped Jones, bowled Eccleston 26. Beth Mooney caught Eccleston, bowled cross 16. Ashley Gardner run out wired cross 41. Annabelle Sutherland bowled Dean 18. Georgia Wareham stumped Jones, bowled Nat Silverbrand 14. Jess Jonassen caught Bell, bowled Dean 5. Alana King caught Jones, bowled Bell none. Megan Schutt not out 1. There were 17 extras, 2 of which were leg byes, 2 were no balls, 13 were wides. Overall, the total is 199 all out in 35.3 overs at a run rate of 5.6. The bowling card, Kate Cross, 8 overs, no maidens, 48 runs, 3 wickets at an economy of 6.0. Lauren Bell, 7 overs, no maidens, 53 runs, 2 wickets, economy 7.57. Sorry. Ned Silverbrandt, 6 overs, no maidens, 34 runs, 1 wicket, economy 5.66. Sophie Eccleston, 7 overs, no maidens, 21 runs, 1 wicket, economy 3.0. Charlie Dean, 6.3 overs, 1 wicket, 37 runs, 2 wickets at an economy of 5.69. Alice Capsey, 1 over, no runs, no maidens, 4 wickets. Alice Capsey, 1 over, no maidens, 4 runs, no wickets, economy 4.0. Sorry. I'm sitting in this chair since 2 p.m. my time. It is now 9 p.m. my time. Let's see if we have any final social media messages. Doesn't look like it. But Anna Forsyth says great broadcast. Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you everyone for listening today. This has been an absolute privilege and a pleasure to be able to do this here in cooperation with Guerrilla Cricket on my YouTube channel, which is normally mostly a German language cricket channel that aims to help Germans understand the game of cricket and give them summaries of important series in German and give them a historical background into why these series are important, what has gone before, who are these people anyway, and stuff like that. But I've been contacted by a lot of people that follow Guerrilla Cricket, and while I live tweeted the first matches of the white ball series, they were asking if I would not like to broadcast this. And some other people have helped me out. You can see on the screen right now, there's Sports Jessica, and there is also the light roller, aka Steve, who wasn't on today or on Sunday, because on Sunday he was at the match, and today he's traveling. So, but thank you very, very much to you all, and of course, thank you very much for listening. I do not know when there will be a next English language live broadcast on this channel, but I can guarantee you that there will be something. I will stay involved with the English language cricket fandom as well, of course. And if an opportunity comes up to do live stream, hangout, watch along streams of this type with anyone who is interested, I will absolutely do that. No questions asked. Absolutely. So, please forgive me. This has been pretty draining. And I think I need a beer now. So, thank you very much for the attention. Tune into Guerrilla Cricket tomorrow for the fourth test of the men's Ashes, and yeah, I guess we'll see us there, because I will absolutely be tweeting in on that one. Thank you very much, and good night and good luck.